as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. Ago. People like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
Howdy. I know we're not doing the full song today. I know, disappointing, but we'll get to it at some point.
Not planning on sticking around, just wanted to share this cause it made me think of your ads for Imogene Olivia.
Ooh, what's this? Why is it? Oh.
Inspirational. I gotta get in the gym. Oh fuck, I have to go on talk. Damn, running this late at night? Inspirational. I gotta get in the gym. Oh fuck, I have to go untuck!
Hell yeah. Don't have to do that if you're wearing Imogene Olivia lingerie. Gender euphoric lingerie. In fact, I'm wearing the bralette right now, and you can tell it's giving me a little bit of gender euphoria here. Go check out ImogeneOlivia.com. You can buy your own set of beautiful non-tuck lingerie. Check it out. And also, just want to let you guys know our next color is in production, so should be ready in the near future. Hello, I'm so sorry. I know I'm getting a late start. I had so much to do today, and I've been trying to prioritize working out and taking care of my body, because I've found that when I do that, my mind is less likely to go completely
Boobs
fucking
are
bonkers. Boobs are fun, Salmon Moose. Thank you for the tier 4 sub. And Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono to kick off the stream. Very much appreciated. And thank you for being the first person to support the stream, Nathan. And folks, what's that? Wait a minute. What is that? Why? I think it might be a number. Wonder what these numbers mean. It couldn't be, right? It couldn't be that there's a new piece of brain rot on the horizon. It couldn't possibly be that. We've already dealt with so much. I'm looking at today's run of the show, and I can tell you guys, we already have so much brain rot to talk about. I don't know, guys. If we get too much brain rot, you might overdose. And if you overdose on brain rot, we all know what happens. You become a brain zombie. Which is like a zombie, except instead of normal flesh, you're just one giant zombified brain. It's gross. You become a conservative. God. Gamer G, welcome. You should know we have multiple shimps in leadership in their respective DSA chapters. We're almost at 50 shimps in the Signal chat. Guys, this is your notification at the top of the show. Join your local DSA. We have the people here to help you figure out how to get, stuff happening in your local area. And you know what? It's almost like I have prepped a segment of today's show that will be largely geared towards people who want to organize on the local level and how you can actually overturn Citizens United yourselves on the local level. It's really fucking cool, but it does require you to go to your goddamn DSA meetings and go to your goddamn local Democratic meetings. And I did see that, Lady of Rain Cloud. Very, 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 very cool. Hell yeah. So anyway, we'll be talking about that. Hello, Horizon. Welcome. You were missed. I do say hello to so many of you that I do sometimes wonder what happens to you guys when you stop showing up, and I do hope you're okay. Just so you know. I know it's a little parasocial of me, but that's fine. All right. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Lady Rain Cloud. Hello, Werix. Hello, Robert Adset. Hello, Matatiahu. Hello, Horizon. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Robert Adset. You got 2 hellos today. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Murph. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Sparrow in the Snow. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Penny Auntie. Hello. How we doing, folks? Hello, a Rancor named Spanky. Hello, Queer Devil 666. Hello, Ivan Holmes. Hello, Wienerfer. Hello, Olive Bites. Hello, String 1235. Hello, Sage. Hello, the all-powerful Kagan BO3. Hello, Twin Tails. Hello, a Dylan of no renown. Hello, Mr. Anderson. Hello, your ascended kitten. Hello, CJ Sonic. Hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello, Amber Rose Railways. Hello, YouTuber Grudge. Hello, Kazooie. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Epstein Files. Hello, the Rust Bard. Hello, Latzia. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, T-Lave. Hello. We should watch Tad C as a dono goal. I don't know what that is. Hell, are people still spared from Rob Schneider? I feel like on our way to this 500, we could have a midway dono goal to stop for some refreshing Schneider comedy. Maybe. I don't know. I'm putting that as like a test balloon out to see how you all react to it. Hello, Low Clarity. Hello, Yannick de Newberg. Hello, Stygian Skunk. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello, Dr. Sahiba. Hello, Ransom Ballard. Hello. Hello, Jenny Ah! Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, The Amazing Digital Circus. Nah, you guys can watch that on your own time. Like, you already all know what it is. It's good. People should go watch it. Hello, Depraved Ambiance. Hello, Veterans. Hello, Zolta. Hello, Doctor Sleepyhead. Red Rudy, thank you
Remember,
for the $20.
Folks, every time you see our participation trophy president humiliate us on the international stage, your state's primary is your best chance getting people ready to get him away from our supply of U-235 fireworks.
It's true! Hello, Noxy Poxy. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, the lostest paladin there ever done was. Hello, Arplanoon. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Penguin Laurent. Hello, Penguin Laurent 1. I'm sorry, not to be confused with Penguin Laurent 2. Wait, no, I'm just illiterate. It's just a normal Penguin Laurent. Not to be confused with Penguin Laurent 1 or 2. My apologies. We are so back. Hello, Silver Star. Hello. Also, Drake Show. I don't know what the Drak Show is, but welcome, Raiders. Hope you had a great stream. Hello. I'm in rare form tonight. We're gonna get silly with it. Hello, the feistiest bard. Hello, Quake Kitsune. There we go. Also, guys, you guys know after we hit 50 of you guys who are watching right now, 50 of you guys in our DSA informal shimp caucus, where we can coordinate and help steer the future of the DSA in respective areas of the country, or try to make things better. The next stop is getting 100 people in there. We're building up steam, folks. We got so much to talk about, so much to do. Jack, 50 is more DSA members than some small caucuses. Yeah, but I want to go bigger than 50. We're not stopping at 50. We're getting those sweet, sweet triple digits, baby. White names contagious in chat tonight? Oh no. The white name Scourge. Hello, Straw Hat Monty. Hello, Amber Brains. Hello, Eddie666. Also, you know what? When you guys hit, let's say 25 subs on this goal, I'll tell you guys what the next goal is, okay? I got really busy, but I sat in queue for the line to troll you and Lux as Paladin found. Oh, God. I love you, Paladin. Alright. I've grown content with my gray name. If you must. Hello, damned Sputnik! Alright. The 2027 DSA convention needs a shimp contingency? It does! Yeah, look, if they can build a coalition in Hungary to overthrow authoritarianism that, reigned in their country for, almost 20 years, y'all, we can organize together a functional DSA and, you know, board and take over the Democratic Party. These are much smaller asks. They're still big, but not quite as big as, you know, overthrowing the political party that owned and controlled 90% of mainstream media in a country. Hello, Pirate Amir. All right. You guys ready? Shimp strong, baby. Indeed, indeed. DSA are getting trampled by Third Way. The takeover is failing. Third Way, y'all understand Third Way is like, I don't know, like maybe 100 guys all paid like 6 or 7 figures to lobby like Democrats. They're just a lobbying outfit. That's it. They're a neoliberal lobbying outfit, and they are not out organizing DSA because Third Way has no ground game whatsoever. They have money because they represent corporations, but they are in no way whatsoever out organizing actual leftists. Oh yeah, no, it has the ear of people who are, you know, neoliberal shills like Gavin Newsom, of course. But like we're gonna talk about like the hold corporate America has and how it is in fact slipping right now. I think Lenny is just a sock puppet account, the same kind of sock puppet account that comes around when we start every single stream. You know, it always has a username like Democrat Bob or something like that. Let's see here. Fennec the Rabbit, hello, hello. Do. I hear the Vatican is 3 weeks away from obtaining a nuclear bomb. We're fucking close, man. Everything is insane. All right. Now, I noticed that you guys responded well to that time that I structured the show like, here's a good thing. Here's a segment. Here's another good thing. Here's a segment. So I thought I would give that a shot again today. Okay? Are you still trying the vertical stream thing? I am. But also I implemented a policy, like a feature that allows you to basically block chatters unless they've been subscribed for longer than 5 minutes. So the good news is the people that we are filtering out don't care enough about their bigotry to like hit the subscribe button on my channel and wait for 5 minutes before commenting their bigotry because they're lazy and stupid. And so hopefully what this will lead to is a higher quality of conservative to come in and, you know, at least ask some questions, as it were. Yeah, the bigots are also impatient. They're all functional adult iPad babies, essentially. You know, their attention span has been cut down by Tic Tac. Yeah, you get it, YouTuber Grudge. Segment cookie, etc. All right. What if we spin a wheel? Good thing or bad thing? I like that. I you know, don't tempt me because I do not have crafting powers, but my partner does have crafting powers, and maybe at some point I will make a background prop to spin a wheel. I think you guys would like that. All right. So just a reminder, 25 subs and we will reveal what this is for. And with that being said, I do want to preface everything here by saying this is a fucking bonkers day for news, guys. Yeah, so we're gonna start with the Melania story. Actually, I like the spin the wheel idea. Everyone likes the wheel of pain idea. I like the wheel of pain idea. There are online wheels of fortune. I know there are online wheels we could spin, but it's just not the same as like a physical wooden wheel that one could spin. Also, yeah, there's a Bloodborne movie on the way. That's very, very cool. I desire pain to feel something. Well, T-Life, the good news is I can guarantee you that if you guys hit 500 subs today. All right? All right. So let's start out with just like a good thing. Just a good thing that happened. Unexpected. Good thing. The Trump administration apparently agreed to return the pride flag to Stonewall. We talked about this last year. They when they were at peak, like, we can do anything. What are you gonna do about it? We want your liberal tears mode, right? The Trump administration tore down the pride flag at Stonewall, and it's deeply, deeply infuriating and insulting. But you know what? It's just nice. Apparently, the Trump administration said Monday it will resume flying a rainbow pride flag on a federal flagpole at the Stonewall National Monument. And the government revealed the decision in court papers as it agreed to settle a lawsuit filed by advocacy and historic preservation groups who sought to block the February 9th removal. A judge approved the deal. So basically, this is not like coming out of like a place of goodness from the Trump administration. This is more just the Justice Department is like absolutely stretched to its breaking point, and they are looking to settle as many of these legal cases that are pending as possible. And so they're closing out what they consider lower priority cases. And especially because essentially, in order to do everything that the Trump administration did so quickly, they basically had to just say, we're going to just break the law. We're just gonna straight up break the law in order to go fast. And, you know, you could get away with that, I suppose, if you have like an infinite number of lawyers. But the Department of Justice in the era of Donald Trump, too, does not have an infinite number of lawyers. And we've talked about this in the past. It's gotten so bad that in some of the court cases in front of federal judges, lawyers are just like back talking the judge in order to get like relief from having to argue cases in court because they're just working nonstop. And so, to get time off, they are deliberately provoking judges. So essentially all that's left are new lawyers, shitty lawyers, and overworked breaking lawyers. And yeah, they weren't willing to commit the legal manpower in order to fight the case of we illegally took down the pride flag at the Stonewall Monument. So they just settled and allowed the flag to go back up. Got that work cut out for them. Yeah, it turns out it takes an awful lot of work to be evil. Which, you know, I know comes as a great shock to these vile, vile people who are trying to destroy the country and smear the history of Americans who have struggled for equality and freedom. But, yeah, you know what? Fuck them. And we won. So I think that's great. It's just a nice thing. Like, I don't have any like big point to make here. It's just nice to see little wins like this. And I think that's wonderful. So anyway, I don't know if this is a segment or not, but if it is, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, but also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. People love it. It fits great. I'm wearing it right now. It's super, super comfortable and also sexy. So go check it out. It's non-tucking lingerie and it fits. So go check it out. And folks, get organized. Join your local DSA. Join your local Dems. If you need help getting started, join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help joining your DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. We can help onboard you into these organizations. You are not powerless. You can, in fact, have a profound impact on your local political conditions. Never let anyone lie to you and tell you that you cannot have an effect. Organize, organize, organize. Whew. There we go, folks. And, you know what? We've been going for 30 minutes. Click that goddamn like button if you haven't yet. Good night, Gamer G. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. You are a normal guy! You can organize! Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn. Good night, Gamer G. Click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click, 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 button, click, 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 button, click, 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 button, click, 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 button. Hell yeah! Red Rudy, thank you for being a member. And I don't know why it's not reading out your message, but I'll read it out for you. Here's to looking forward to a day we can have our morning cuppa without wondering how our government makes Cobra Commander look qualified and moral. Click the button. Indeed. Fuck. You know? Like my flaps to fly free? Hell yeah. Also, just want to say there are 250 people watching right now over on YouTube, and only 96 likes. I wasn't gone that long, guys. I know you guys can click the like button. I believe in you, your ability. You are a regular guy. You can hit the like button.
I know how you love your emotes.
Salmon Moose, thank you for gifting Amber Brains a sub. Very kind of you. You are a regular guy! You can hit the like button! You are a regular guy! You can subscribe to Riverboat Jack's stream! You are a regular guy! You can join DSA! You are a regular guy! You can take over your local Democratic Party! You are a regular guy! You can stop ICE! You are a regular guy! You can stop AI! You are a regular guy! You have agency! Alright. Peer pressure. There we go. Cool. I'm doing my part. Thank you, Hefe HZ. Oof. Neck click. I'm a regular girl, though. True. Some of you are regular girls. Some of you are guys. Some of you are gals. Some of you are non-binary pals. I'm using the degendered guy as a stand-in. Doing my part, curling up in a ball in the corner? Hell yeah. Alright. Let's jump into this this segment. Let's do it. Also, yes, I did update the counter. Cool. Yo, you're meeting with someone to reboot your local Food Not Bombs? Hell yeah, John Bainbridge. Love that for you. Can't be in the gang if you don't click the button. True. Button gang too strong. There are several different groups and gangs within the Riverboat Jack community. There are the Button Boys. I can't tell you about the other ones, though. The Button Boys are the most dangerous. But some of the other ones are sneaky. They'll get you. All right. You're running a leftist Warhammer 40k meme page? Fuck yeah. Just as Games Workshop intended. All right. We're jumping into the Melania story first, okay, folks? Here we go. So, folks, we have to talk about something utterly bizarre that happened, I believe, over the weekend. No, 4 days ago. So this would have been Friday? I did not stream on Friday, so my sense of time is a little bit skewed today. But this happened several days ago. We're going to talk about Melania here because seemingly out of the blue, for no reason, Melania Trump called a press conference that was given through the official White House channels, and it's, let's just say, very weird. Let's check it out. The vibes are instantly terrible.
Good afternoon. The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common.
I cannot stress enough how out of the blue this was. There's no lead up to this. There's no explanation for why she's deciding to come out and do this press conference. There is, if you're wondering why is she doing this, that's the current question we are dealing with at the moment, right? The vibe is awkward anxiety indeed, Winifred.
New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence.
I don't know. You ended your email saying love, love Melania. I don't know. I don't tell people I am slightly associated with that I love them. You know, that's reserved for the homies.
My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note. I am not Epstein's victim.
A tribal note? Was she trying to say the word trivial?
Amount to anything more than a trivial note.
Oh, okay.
I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998.
Uh-huh.
This initial encounter with my husband is documented in detail in my book, Melania.
Buy my book. Buy my book. Like, I gotta be honest, the vibe that is coming out of this is, it's as if there's an article dropping with a,
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Vibe to it, you know? That's the kind of thing that is coming off of this for me, you know?
The first time I crossed paths with Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together. At the time, I had never met Epstein and had no knowledge of his criminal undertakings. Numerous fake images and statements about Epstein and me have been circulating on social media for years now. Be cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false.
Yeah.
I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes.
Yeah, guys. Don't think that Melania Trump could ever be associated with any of Epstein's crimes. I mean, why would anyone ever think that she might be... Oh, there she is in a photograph with Jeffrey Epstein. Huh. Well, that's just one photograph, guys. That's what you would not find Melania Trump in another photograph with Jeffrey Epstein or his accomplice who also had sex with children, Ghislaine Maxwell. You cannot do it. You cannot. Oh. Well, I mean, okay, that two pictures. It's not like they had an ongoing. Oh. Huh. There she is. There's Donald Trump. There's Ghislaine Maxwell. Huh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Something weird's going on here.
My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI in interviews surrounding the Epstein matter. I have never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island.
You know, I can't help but notice that there are several other places where one may have prominently interacted with Jeffrey Epstein, like his ranch, or his house, or Mar-a-Lago, where he was a member for many, many years, or treated as a member without actually paying membership dues, because he was just on such good terms with the person who owned Mar-a-Lago, which would have been Donald Trump, his best friend, who was married to Melania Trump at the time. Very strange. The Stockholm Syndrome is strong with this one. I don't think Stockholm Syndrome is what's going on here.
I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection with Epstein's sex trafficking, abuse of minors, and other repulsive behavior. The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and climb politically, must stop. My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation. To date, several individuals and companies have been legally obligated to publicly apologize and retract their lies about me, such as Daily Beast, James Carville, and HarperCollins UK. Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned.
Okay, so like up to this point in her press conference, right? Up until this point, it kind of seems like also I'm protecting my good name. I didn't do anything wrong. It was just several prominent American businessmen who may have been involved with Jeffrey Epstein. And you know, I gotta be completely honest with you. There is a small part of me, like, is it possible that she's doing this to get ahead of some kind of damning report that is going to show bad behavior, illegal behavior, complicit behavior? Maybe. It might also be that she's doing her damnedest to throw Donald Trump under the bus in order to try and be able to divorce him. Like, get out of the terms of her prenup. Like, it could genuinely be something like that.
From their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized. Of course, this doesn't amount to guilt, but we still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the Congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth. Thank you.
And that's it. That is what is going on with Melania Trump.
You can read all about how innocent I am in my new book, Melania, by me, Melania. I do not know this Jeremy Epstein. Don't forget to buy my book, Melania.
Also see my movie, Melania. We were told it would be good to name both things the same. God, so there is some speculation about what exactly is going on here. Number one, there is some speculation that it is about a Brazilian model named Amanda Ungaro, who was a friend of Melania Trump's. And here's some reporting from Newsweek about this. The former partner of a modeling agent and longtime ally of Donald Trump is recalling her brief interaction with Jeffrey Epstein on his private jet packed with teenage girls. Amanda Ungaro, a 41-year-old former model from Brazil, said she flew on the late sex offender's so-called Lolita Express from Paris to New York in 2002, along with her then agent Jean-Luc Brunel, who acted as a scout for Epstein in the South American nation, according to the Justice Department. My agent told me, we're going with a couple of friends, a private plane just for us, Ungaro told O Globo in an interview late last month. There were around 30 very young women there, 14, 15, 16 years old. I said, what is this? He replied, don't worry. And Ungaro would later develop deep ties with both Melania and Donald Trump. And, yeah. Amanda, let me introduce you to Jeffrey, her agent said, she recalled. He came over and asked, where are you from? How old are you? Which modeling agency do you work for? And then she introduced me to Jelaine. Ungaro, then 17, said she never again saw Epstein. But, you know, like, yeah, that's pretty messed up. That's pretty gross, actually. And, obviously, this isn't necessarily the damning smoking gun that one might expect would have caused Melania Trump to go and do this press conference, because this press conference is a pretty big deal. It's through the presidential accounts, right? Ungaro, who threatened Melania Trump last week with legal action while vowing to tear down her corrupt system, has been vocal on X in a series of since-deleted posts that appeared just hours before the First Lady disavowed all ties to Jeffrey Epstein or knowledge of his crimes. I have nothing to lose in my life, Ungaro wrote last week before deleting the post. I will tear down the entire system. Be careful with me, bitch. So, unknown exactly what the hell is going on there. However, also worth noting that apparently Melania Trump was very rattled by something. Maybe this, maybe something else. So rattled, in fact, that she did this entire press conference seemingly without telling Donald Trump that she was going to do it. And it's fascinating. President Trump said Friday that he had known his wife wanted to speak about Jeffrey Epstein at some point, and that he, quote, thought she had a right to talk about it, unquote, even though he had not known what exactly she planned to say. It doesn't bother me, Mr. Trump said in a brief telephone interview, referring to the remarks Melania Trump made from the entrance hall of the White House a day earlier. I don't know what that statement was, he said, but I knew she was going to make a statement. Like, the First Lady's comments certainly came as a surprise to many other people who work in the White House, according to two officials familiar with the situation. It's not clear why she had chosen that moment to talk about Mr. Epstein. Absent any explanation, questions and feverish conspiracy theories swirled. Like, even the people in the White House are just kind of like, what the hell is happening here, right? And it's worth noting that in that press conference that Melania had called unilaterally, she also called for the Epstein survivors to testify in front of Congress. How do the Epstein survivors feel about this? Let's check it out. Let's look at their statement. Statement by survivors in response to Melania Trump. Survivors of Jeffrey Epstein have already shown extraordinary courage by coming forward, filing reports, and giving testimony. Asking more of them now is a deflection of responsibility, not justice. First Lady Melania Trump is now shifting the burden onto survivors under politicized conditions that protect those with power. The Department of Justice, law enforcement, prosecutors, and the Trump administration, which has still not fully complied with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. It also diverts attention from Pam Bondi, who must answer for withheld files and the exposure of survivors' identities. Those failures continue to put lives at risk while shielding enablers. Survivors have done their part. Now it's time for those in power to do theirs. Signed by about a dozen Epstein survivors. So they are not super happy with this. And just want to point out that Donald Trump has, since this press conference, been spiraling like crazy. And we'll talk about the exact issues that he's been spiraling about later on in today's program. But worth noting at least one of them here. Okay, let's just take a quick look. I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years. especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people, they know it, their families know it, and everyone else knows it too. Look at their past, look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA, or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump. Not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. Sorry. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not. And will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers. And they always will be. Now, fake news CNN and the failing New York Times and all the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA, they're losers, just trying to latch onto MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. When they call, I don't even answer because I'm too busy dealing with world and country affairs. I can't. I can't. He's so stupid. Okay. All right. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about what's doing right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength in not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is making America great again, but these people have no idea how to do that. But I do! Because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald J. Trump. What is the brown in reference to? Because he thinks that, like, when something is green, it turns brown when it goes bad. Like when grass dies for the winter or something. Like that is the connection in his head. It's really stupid. It's really fucking stupid. That was a post. It's huge. It's colossal. And also, he's been like going cuckoo bananas recently. And the question really has become, what exactly is happening? Is this all dementia, or is it dementia plus the fact that, like, he knows something might be coming down the pipeline, right? I mean, like you've got the Guardian over here publishing what on earth is Melania Trump thinking? And like the gist of it here, guys, is that it's very clear to me at least. And maybe I'm wrong, but it really seems that Melania Trump, because here's how this works, right? If somebody is about to run a hugely damaging story about you, some mainstream outlet, some reputable outlet, they're going to call you first, right? To see if you have any comment or response. And from that call, you can generally discern some information about what might be released in the near future. And if this is a hugely damaging story, well, one of the strategies is called getting ahead of it, right? Which is you try to take control of the narrative and, you know, pilot, like frame it in a more positive light, right? You try and take control of the story and frame yourself in the best possible light so that when the story does drop, you can then be like perceived more positively, or people have more sympathy for you, etc. And that kind of seems to be what's happening here. But it's worth noting that, like, from a PR perspective, this is a hugely, hugely, hugely risky strategy, right? And most PR strategists are not going to suggest that you do this, except as, like, kind of a Hail Mary strategy. Like, because essentially, if you're wrong, there is now an outlet out there that was going to potentially print something, but you have now released more information or created an entirely new news cycle that then can amplify that coming story. Or alternatively, that story gets canceled for whatever reason, and now you've just created a news cycle that almost certainly is going to attract more attention to this story and revive it, right?
Okay, real talk. The very MAGA guys at the fastener store I go to all the time think Trump is insane now.
Hell
It
yeah.
used to be me telling them about Trump news. Now they tell me how bad he's doing unprompted.
That, you know, genuinely, I think that people are very, very clearly identifying what has been obvious for a long time, which is that Donald Trump is going crazy. I have an entire segment about Donald Trump going insane prepped for today. Cards on the table. That is another, if that video hasn't gone up on the YouTube, it is going to come out soon. So just heads up on that. But like, it's very obvious now. And so I am wondering if Melania is doing this to try and get ahead of the story to save her own skin and kind of hang her husband out to dry. That might be what's happening. Not quite sure. But I mean, essentially, you've got a bunch of shit options in this circumstance, and well, Melania Trump successfully created her own news cycle for this particular bit of information. It hasn't gone particularly well for her, and I imagine if there is some kind of bombshell reporting that is going to drop in the next week or so, this will not have done her any favors. Okay? So we'll just kind of have to wait and see, but like there's a lot of bizarre facts right now. There's a lot of bizarre behavior right now coming from Donald Trump himself, coming from the fact that the White House didn't know she was going to do a press conference, coming from the fact that she called for Congress to hear more testimony from victims. Like this was like hurling a PR hand grenade into the middle of a busy intersection. Like everyone's going to pay attention to what happens to that now. So if the goal was to make this story go away faster, it did not succeed in doing that. And my guess is if I had to put a wager down, something is going to come out in the next handful of days here that is hugely damaging if it isn't quashed before it's time to go to press. So keep your eyes peeled, folks. It's Monday, but I can tell you guys this feels like it's going to be a really weird week when it comes to news coming out of the Trump White House. Like I can't really go into more details. Like, we're going to talk more about the state of Donald Trump, the state of like the White House, the state of everything going on with Trump's cabinet. But like, it really feels like we've kind of hit a point where like the nuts and bolts are just falling out of the car, and like cartoonishly as America speeds down the highway at 60 miles an hour, just bits of the car are falling off, and it remains to be seen just how long these madmen can put pedal to the metal and push this vehicle before too many parts fall off. So, all that being said, if you got anything out of this, folks, if you have any theories about why she's doing this, let me know down in the comments. Leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. Leave a like, subscribe. And also, get organized. Join your local DSA. Join your local Democrats. We need people to make their Democrats more progressive, to take over your local Democratic Party and make it actually function for working people in your neighborhood. And we need people to join DSA and make it an effective organizing tool for organizing working people. Doing both, we can do a lot. And we're going to be talking later today in today's show, actually, about what you can do if you are able to coordinate and build local power by getting involved and getting other people involved in your local area. And it's really, really cool. So if you need help taking the first steps to get involved with DSA or with your local Democrats, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA.
My theory is Melania is trying to line up for clemency in future trials. Same with why Usha Vance and Caroline Levitt are both pregnant right now.
I don't know that Usha Vance and Caroline Levitt are pregnant to like get clemency in future trials. I don't know about that. But I do think she's trying to set herself up in a very specific light.
Good to see you, Jack. Just stopping by. Hugs to you.
Thank you so much, Chris Huggins. Thank you for the membership. And Lily Love Stuff, thank you for the $5 dono. And also, folks, if you need help joining your local Dems, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly. She will be happy to get you involved in your local Democratic Party. We've had so many people do that in this community that there are people here who have now been able to rise to leadership positions in their local Democratic parties just by showing up. When I tell you guys, 95% of the work is showing the fuck up, it's true. Show up and say yes when like people want to give you responsibility and power. And that's how you can build your local political power and clout, as it were, in the real world. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. And last but not least, please check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie. It is elegant, it is sexy, it is beautiful, and it fits. So go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. I'm wearing it right now. It's super comfortable. And go check it out. Let's keep on going. There we go. We did it. We did it, everybody. It's fantastic looking. Thank you. Oof. It is getting weirdly hot in here. All right. I'm gonna move some air around in here. Whew. Very off topic, but your eyebrows look great. Thank you. You look like Angel from Little Nicky. I have never seen the movie Little Nicky. Do 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 do. Great poll, to be honest. Hell yeah. All right. Thank you, Megan Fox's giant boobs. I appreciate it. All right. Trump will declare himself as the Messiah to distract from Amanda Ungaro's upcoming interview. Yeah, we'll have to see if this interview with Amanda Ungaro is as like damaging as it could be. Like, if she has receipts, that'll be very interesting to see. Also, folks, we are currently at 18 subs, inching our way towards the 500 goal. Just letting you know, I will let you know what that goal is for once we hit 25 subs. And, folks, if you are getting anything out of today's show, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, but also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. I could not function, could not do this show without your support, and it genuinely means the world to me that you guys support me enough that I can do this show. It has made a colossal difference and enabled to do what I do. Max Danger, thank you for gifting a membership. Very much appreciated. Racking up those subs. Also, hello, Avanemone. And Dead Domain, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, folks. Also, if you haven't checked out Dead Domain, go give them a sub. Go do it. They make excellent content, all right? Go check them out. Do the thing. Support a friend of the show. Let's see here. Now, of course, I did promise you guys, after we finish a segment, I would give you guys like a good, like just a piece of good news that I think you'll all enjoy. And so I wanted to play this particular segment, not segment. It's just a piece of silly good news. I think you guys will enjoy it. Hey, Bobby. Raid Shadow Legends. Welcome on in, folks. Okay. Guys, Hunter Biden has officially challenged both of Trump's older sons to a cage match.
Okay, guys, Hunter Biden here. I just got a call from Andrew Callahan. I think he's trying to organize a cage match, me versus Eric and Don Jr. I told him I'd do it, 100% in, if he can pull it off.
So, I don't know that this is gonna happen, but it is very conceptually funny. I'm gonna guess that, like, Eric and Don Jr. are gonna chicken out, and they would never, ever, ever step into the ring with Hunter Biden. Because we all know Hunter Biden would beat the shit out of both of them, right? Like, Hunter would just do, like, five lines of coke in the bathroom and just go primal on their asses. Like, we all know what would happen here. Hunter Biden would come out with some kind of baboon strength energy. It might be as bad as like that guy who was high on bath salts in Florida and ate somebody's face. Yeah, they made a movie about it called Cocaine Bear. Oh, God. I think he could do it. Well, no, he absolutely could do it sober, but like he has the strength of 100 Bidens. Current age. God, it's just such a silly, stupid story. That guy, as if it isn't everyone in Florida. True. True. Everything's stupid right now. But this is pretty great. This timeline is so fucking stupid, but on some level, if somehow the UFC at the White House included Biden versus Trump and or Zuckerberg versus Musk, I would sell my kidney to pay for that pay-per-view. Yeah. Oh, God. It's too late, Corn Pop. Yeah, look, we just need Joe Biden in the ring against Corn Pop. They need to square off. The tension has been building for the last 70 years. God. Everything's so stupid. Chad is going to hell tonight and I'm ready for the trip. Look, you don't know that. You guys haven't hit 25 subs yet. You don't know if you're going to hell or not. Maybe the reward for 500 subs is a good thing. Is Trumpezus any less ridiculous? No, but that's the next story we're going to talk about. So, oh God, we have to talk about Trump Christ. God, it's so stupid. 100 Bidens is almost equivalent to one 25-year-old 70 overall linebacker. True. This is sad. I think so. What you working on, Emerald Hamster? Let's see, I found a picture of our savior Gul Dukat, much more convincing than Jesus Trump. Oh, God. Making a running the show parody with Donald Trump. I don't know what that means. But I wish you the absolute best in making it. Let's see. Oh, it's a digital circus thing? I got you. I hope you enjoy it. I do want to let you guys know I don't know anything about the amazing digital circus other than it's apparently pretty good. But I have not sought it out and watched it, so I do not share the schema with which to engage with you on this matter. Maybe I need to go watch the amazing digital circus, and then I can engage with you guys and talk about it. I saw that it had a movie coming out. Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Greening up the joint. Hell yeah. And also, just going to let you guys know, got to disable these alerts because otherwise I'll be talking through alerts for the next, 5 minutes. But, guys, maybe I can just do this real quick. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Ah, here it is. So, I am going to show you Couple of things. All right. So number one, is that I don't know if you guys know this. Tim Pool has another like show host named Tate Brown. He's somebody who is like, I don't know. I think he's like hosting like the Culture War show that Tim Pool used to do. I think the Culture War was the show that like did I think it was the one that was founded by the like Russia money. So Tate Brown is a guy doing this, and Tate Brown had on one What If Alt Hist to talk about birth rate collapse and imminent civil war. And I think that that would be really fucking fun for us to jump into. Yeah. Just these guys. These guys know everything about birth rate collapse, am I right, fellas? Oh god, if there are two things that Rudyard Lynch loves more than anything else, it is talking about birth rate decline and imminent civil war. And I know that because there's also a recent podcast appearance that I just learned about where apparently What If Alt Hist went on, I don't know how many of you remember, like, a couple years ago, not a couple years ago, last year, he went on, like, a show called Dad Saves America, and talked about why there was going to be an imminent civil war. And I do just want you all to know, apparently 2 months ago, they did another show for this year. And it's called Why the Civil War is Running Late. It's just... Oh, God. Are we doing communal brain cell seppuku? When we hit 500 subs, yes. Story of the Bard, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I don't know what this is, but I'm gonna click
If
it.
you put a rocket engine onto a Cybertruck, you might think you would get the fastest vehicle in the world. But as soon as it started, the tires would be ripped off the car, and the frame would bend, the windows would shatter, and the body would melt. Even the road underneath you would melt into a scorched trench, and it would only stop when it finally arrived. At Papa Giuseppe's Kitchen, the best Italian restaurant in Edmonton. Authentic pinza romana and desserts you'll never be able to say no to.
It was Papa Giuseppe's the entire time! I love this trend. I don't know if it's trend or if it's just Papa Giuseppe's doing this, but like, fuck, these are funny. These are so goddamn funny. You got Giuseppe. Oh god. Giuseppe's gonna keep all those TikTokers on their toes. God. They got me again. They can't keep getting away with this. Incredible. Thank you, Story the Bard. God. Also, What If Alt Hist has a new has a new video essay titled "Is the Woke Right Real?" I'm less interested about that one, and I definitely want to talk about the birth rate collapse thing because birth rate has also been in the news recently. So we're definitely going to do the birth rate civil war thing from Tim Pool's show first. All right. I've been grinding in Final Fantasy III for the past 2 hours. Why am I so underleveled? Because get retro gamed, bitch. That's just how it goes. You gotta suffer. You gotta suffer for those levels. Each level is actually measured with a very advanced sensor within the controller. Senses how much blood you've lost through your thumbs. Back in the day, grinding in a video game was actually how much of your finger you could put into a meat grinder. Things have really improved for modern day children. But back in the day, you know, we all had scars on our fingers. Hashtag do not put your fingers in a meat grinder. You just reminded me how I built up thumb calluses from playing Halo LAN parties. Yeah, you had to... There were no soft hands at the LAN party, okay? No soft hands. Only calloused, war-torn hands. Why haven't I gotten Shell yet? You know, those older Final Fantasies are... They fuck it. They're a grind. Remember to change zones to prevent diminishing returns on XP. That's also a good, good piece of advice. I love all of you guys. You guys are great. All right. Ooh, Rudyard needs a bingo emote so we can bingo every time he says something. So what if alt hist? We do need that. I'm not sure what it would look like. Maybe it would just be bingo from Bluey. I don't know. I don't know. Is Bluey still memeable? I don't know what the kids like these days. All right. Anyway, now you guys know what is coming up should you meet your dono goal. All right. The dono goal will be in effect at the very least through this week. So take a page from Actual Jake and do a bingo page. I don't know how to do that. Do not put your fingers in a meat grinder. Put your fingers around the meat, period, grinder. I see what you did there. Red Rudy, thank you for the $5
Let's call
super
half
chat.
the country our enemies, then wonder why civil war coming, also make living unaffordable, then wonder why no babies.
I mean, yeah. Okay, can I spoiler alert the entire...
Torbjorn from Overwatch has an excellent bingo voice line.
Oh, Torbjorn. What a great character. I loved the character designs in the original Overwatch. I have paid no attention to Overwatch 2. Sorry, that like derailed my thought process. Just got here. Can you sum up what the dono goal is for? The dono goal is for covering birth rate discourse with channel lolcow conservative dipshit Gen Alpha influencer what if alt hist. And I for one am greatly going to enjoy ripping into that stupidity. And I think you guys will enjoy that as well. And I will also say that the thing I was going to say... Oh, yeah, to spoil the birth rate discourse for a moment, I did an entire video about birth rate stuff and why it's, like, pretty bullshit. But to do a condensed summary, the reason why US birth rate is in decline is because teenagers aren't getting pregnant. Because sex ed worked, and we have condoms, and people know how to use them, and why they should use them. And, yeah. So anyone who is getting super concerned over the birth rate shit, I want you to understand their whole "we must return" arc is all about getting children and underage teens pregnant. Just as an FYI. He's Gen Z, by the way. I know What If Alt Hist is Gen Z, but I also understand who the target demographic for alternate history channels is, and it's children. It's why his content is geared towards radicalizing children. Like, that's the entire reason he's being brought into like this conservative ecosystem, is because like young people are attracted to the question, what if the Nazis won World War II? It's not an interesting question to anybody who knows anything about anything. It's mostly just, I don't know, a framework for some kind of like narrative you want to write, or like intellectual wank for children. And he's doing the latter, if it wasn't clear. Because it's kind of weird for adults to be pro-child pregnancy. Well, yeah, but that's what the entire conservative party in this country has stood for quite some time now. All right, are you guys ready to jump into the tale of Trump Christ? I'm excited for Trump Christ. Are you? Are you guys ready? Y'all ready? Are you ready, soldiers? Gear up for the meme wars and click the goddamn button. Hippo! Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Hell yeah!
Go, go, go! Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button.
Another 5 have been chosen to ascend.
Click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button.
It's all good. Where's Waldo? Nocturnal 8999. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships as well. Very much appreciated. Okay. Let's dive into this, folks. Let me pull up a couple of things here. Oh, that's right. I needed one more thing here. Here we go. There we go. Nailed it. Okay, folks. Hey, Scuba Duck. Let us begin. So, folks, I'm gonna start after after this things. I'm My bad. I thought that was the last one. I thought it was the last one. I think we're on, I think that, okay. This was the real last one. All right, nailed it. So, folks, we got to talk about the weirdly snowballing scandal that is happening right now because Donald Trump's brain is leaking out of his ears. This is not hyperbole. Donald Trump is going insane in real time on publicly, extraordinarily publicly. And this is a story also about the fact that Donald Trump has apparently, in the process of his worsening dementia, insanity, etc., has, well, he's taken on an air of divinity, we'll say. Here he is blessing one of his adherents.
Thank you for doing what you're doing. You're a beautiful guy. Great fighter. Thank you. Put me to mother when they stop fighting. I'll give you a hug. You look so good. You're too good looking to be a fighter. You are some fighter. Thank you, man. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
That's funny.
Yeah, so that was happening, by the way, as the talks in Iran broke down. And, of course, it wouldn't be complete for us to talk about exactly how Donald Trump is doing without this, video of him just looking so hale and vigorous in both body and the mind. Look at the intense focus, the sheer athletic ability of him staring intensely at these stairs. That man is closer to death every single time he takes a step down an incline than he was at that rally where his ear got nicked, okay? Like, every time he goes down some stairs, he's rolling the dice. But that's okay, because he rigs the dice. Because as we know, now and forever, Donald Trump is highly regarded among the evangelical community here in America. But not quite so much by the Catholics or the Catholic community in Vatican City, as it were. Especially not with the guy that runs Vatican City. Here's Pope Leo the 14th. Been 14 Leos. It's crazy. I mean, I wonder how many Sagittariuses have been in the papacy. Anyway, that was a bad joke. Hundreds of millions of people throughout the world are immersed in extreme poverty, yet disproportionate wealth remains in the hands of a few. It is an unjust scenario, in the face of which we cannot fail to question ourselves and commit to change things. There is no lack of resources at the root of disparities, but the need to address solvable problems related to a more equitable distribution of wealth to be achieved with moral sense and honesty. God does not bless any conflict. Anyone who is a disciple of Christ, the Prince of Peace, is never on the side of those who wielded the sword and today drop bombs. Military action will not create space for freedom or times of peace. Hashtag peace. Which comes only from the patient promotion of coexistence and dialogue among peoples. Absurd and inhuman violence is spreading ferociously through the sacred places of the Christian East, profaned by the blasphemy of war and the brutality of business, with no regard for people's lives, which are considered at most collateral damage of self-interest. Basically, the Pope was coming out here and basically subtweeting Donald Trump, I guess. And this did not go over very well with Donald Trump, who, was this just yesterday? Because time has ceased meaning anything. Yeah, I guess this was just yesterday. Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He talks about fear that the Catholic Church... or the Trump administration, but doesn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all other Christian organizations had during COVID when they were arresting priests, ministers, and everybody else for holding church services even when going outside and being 10 and even 20 feet apart. I like his brother Louis much better than I like him because Louis is all MAGA. He gets it and Leo doesn't. Oh, I'm seeing some people say that never happened. Well, what he is trying to say here is that there in MAGA world there is this pervasive belief that the government during COVID cracked down on churches and prevented churches from meeting, which just isn't that isn't true. And again, churches were able to continue meeting. You could have online services, you could have them outside, etc. Like, nothing about this was ever, hey, let's stop Christians from being able to practice.
The Eric Swalwell situation?
I will later tonight, El Moco, but thank you for the tier 1 sub. But basically, it was entirely about large gatherings of people in poorly ventilated space in close proximity with each other. No one was being arrested for being 20 feet apart during the pandemic. And like, this is all pretty bullshit, frankly. But moving on. I don't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want a pope who thinks it's terrible that America attacked Venezuela, a country that was sending massive amounts of drugs into the United States, and even worse, emptying their prisons, including murderers, drug dealers, and killers, into our country. And I don't want a pope who criticizes the president of the United States because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide to do, setting record low numbers in crime and creating the greatest stock market in history. Leo should be thankful because, as everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be Pope and was only put there by the church because he was an American, and they thought that would be the best way to deal with President Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Unfortunately, Leo's weak on crime, weak on nuclear weapons, does not sit well with me, nor does the fact that he meets with Obama sympathizers like David Axelrod, a loser from the left who is one of those who wanted churchgoers and clerics to be arrested. Leo should get his act together as Pope, use common sense, stop catering to the radical left, and focus on being a great Pope, not a politician. It's hurting him very badly, and more importantly, it's hurting the Catholic Church. President Donald J. Trump. Like, this is fucking lunacy, right? Like, one, the popes are famously not apolitical. The pope is directly a political position. And who the fuck cares what Donald Trump wants in a pope? He's not Catholic. He's not even a Christian. If his life depended on him naming a book of the Bible, I genuinely don't know if he'd be able to do it. I like 2 Corinthians. His favorite scripture is all of them. That's real. That's a real quote, by the way. Should we wait till midterms for impeachment hearings? No. No. There should be an impeachment circus that happens constantly for the next, 3 years. You know? But, let's see. Maybe he has some good reasons for attacking the Pope.
Going to go back, filled up with oil. Okay?
Why did you attack Pope Leo on Truth Social?
I don't think he's doing a very good job. He likes crime, I guess. He hit us. Think of it. He's worried about fear. What about the fear when the ministers and the priests and the all of those great people that were arrested during COVID, and in many cases they're outside 10 feet apart and they were arrested. So we don't like it. We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. No, I'm not.
I want to emphasize to everybody, Donald Trump was the president of the United States for the majority of the initial outbreak years of the pandemic. Like, this is really stupid. And yeah, those bad things that were happening when I was president. Yeah, the Pope should be thanking us for those bad things happening. Like, what are you talking? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it, you incoherent bitch. Stop it. I'm just like, the Pope is the voice of God, isn't he? To Catholics, the Pope is the closest you are going to get to God on earth. Like, the Pope is officially vested with the keys to the kingdom from Peter, passed on down, right? Like, in Catholic doctrine, the Pope is, like, the guy who is closest to God on earth. And so, like, this is, like, him being like, I'm gonna attack the Pope. This is crazy. This is just insane, right? And I want to, like, hammer home, it gets worse. This is a real post that Donald J. Trump posted shortly after making that insane rant about Pope Leo, right? Which, I want you all to note, depicts Donald Trump as Jesus Christ healing someone who is sick, that I do want to note poses a striking resemblance to Donald Trump's best friend, Jeffrey Epstein. And I just want to really hammer home here, this is insane. This is just insane. This is delusional. This is insane. We've gotten to the point where the president of the United States is literally making posts to try and own the Pope by claiming to be God. Now, this, of course, led to a lot of consternation among basically everybody. Here is Pope Leo talking about the entire situation on CNN.
I have no fear in the Trump administration, nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And that's what I believe. I am called to know what the church is called to do. We're not politicians. We're not looking to make foreign policies with the same perspective that we might understand it. But I do believe that the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers, is a message that the world needs to hear.
And here he is elaborating a little bit more.
I will not shy away from announcing the message of the gospel, of inviting all people to look for ways of building bridges for peace and reconciliation, of looking for ways to avoid war anytime that's possible. To put my message on the same plane as what the president is attempting to do here, I think is not understanding what the message of the gospel is.
And I do want to say, right, like, I'm not Catholic. You know, I don't believe that this guy has any inherent divine power of any kind. But I will note that a lot of people do think this guy has divine power. A lot of people. you know? And whether you are a Catholic or an evangelical, Donald Trump posting an image of himself as God is it's blasphemy. It's heresy. You know, you're like, he's effectively spitting on your religion if you believe any of these things, right? And like, it's pretty clear that the position of the church in general has been anti-war for for quite some time now, right? Here is the Cardinal Kupich.
Cardinal Supich not only takes issue with the war, but also what he calls the gamification of how the White House has portrayed it on social media.
Flawless victory.
We're dehumanizing the victims of war by turning the suffering of people and the killing of children and our own soldiers into entertainment.
You called it sickening.
It is sickening.
I mean, like, this isn't a difficult problem to have. The issue is the MAGA base that all fashion themselves as Christian, that build themselves up as Christians. They reject the message of their own holy book, right? I mean, here's J.D. Vance desperately trying to explain away the obvious insanity of Donald Trump.
Has expressed problems with the war.
This is very quiet. I'm going to make it louder real quick.
Ron says that we should be peacemakers, been very vocal. The president took to Truth Social saying Leo should be thankful because, as everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be pope, was only put there because the church, because he was an American, they thought he would be good, best way to deal with President Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Just wondering, as a Catholic, how you...
I do want to say it is bizarre how they whitewash him.
I want to know, what stage of dementia does Trump have? Is this even dementia or beyond? We are so fucked. Aside from that looking nice streamer and chat.
Thank you, Midnight and All Night. I will say that, like, I don't know what stage we're at, but I can tell you that when somebody starts publicly having delusions of being a god, that is some pretty deep delusion. Like he should not be in charge of anything while experiencing that kind of a break with reality. It's genuinely scary. It's terrifying. This guy has the ability to launch nuclear weapons. He thinks that he's God. You think he's been posting stuff like about how he has the power to annihilate Iran at any time within an hour. Like, he's embracing this idea of himself as like a deity or a deific figure in a way that is very scary. And I think that in turn could lead us down some extraordinarily dangerous paths. Is he more insane than a mad king? I don't know. Like, we're in Emperor Has No Clothes territory, and this is the kind of thing that makes people notice, oh, wait, that guy's fucking naked. You know? And it's terrifying.
You consider this Truth Social post, and then the post of the picture, which a lot of people took as the president posting a picture of himself as Jesus. He later said that he posted it as thinking as a doctor saving people.
I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross, as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one.
I'm sorry. I'm real sorry. Number one, there is no Red Cross in this image. Number two, he's not dressed like a doctor. No doctor has ever been dressed like this as long as the United States has existed. Like, I'm sorry, he's just lying. Like, he knows he's lying. It is obvious that he is lying. And they know, he knows that this has been incredibly damaging for him because he's deleted this post off of Truth Social. It's one of the very few things he's deleted from Truth Social. But, like, genuinely terrifying stuff, folks.
But it really caused a kerfuffle, Mr. Vice President. I'm just wondering what you make of all of this and whether it's what you think of this back and forth with the church.
Well, first of all, Brett, I think the president was posting a joke, and of course he took it down because he recognized that a lot of people weren't understanding his humor in that case.
Ha 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 ha! It's just a joke of him trying to fight the Pope, the person who's the head of the religion I profess to be. Ha ha! I wrote an entire book about how I'm a devout Catholic now, and now the president is beefing with the head of my religion. Ha ha! It was just a joke. He's not actually mad at the Pope, guys. The Pope isn't weak on crime. This is a fun game we're all playing. Ha ha ha! You guys just didn't get it. Ha ha ha! God.
I would be very worried if he broke out the God Emperor of Mankind stuff from term 1.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting closer. I mean, if you look at the image, one of the angels emerging from the heavens kind of looks like a Gundam or like some kind of Warhammer figure. I don't know if anyone noticed that, but we're not that far away from this.
I think the president of the United States likes to mix it up on social media. And I actually think that's one of the good things about this president is that he's not filtered. He doesn't send everything through a communications professional. He actually reaches out directly to the people. You know, when it comes to the disagreements with the Vatican, look, we're going to have disagreements, Brett, from time to time. I think it's a good thing, actually, that the Pope is advocating for the things that he cares about. But we're always going to have disagreements on matters of public policy, or I should say, sometimes we're going to have disagreements on matters of public policy. The Pope has been critical of our immigration policy, but ultimately the immigration policy of the United States is set by Donald Trump. The Pope is going to have disagreements on other issues. We can respect the Pope. We certainly have a good relationship with the Vatican, but we're also going to disagree on substantive questions from time to time. I think that's a totally reasonable.
I'm gonna disagree with the voice of God on earth here. You know, what kind of qualifications does the voice of God have? Okay, has it taken like any kind of does the voice of God, has it taken any kind of like international relation classes? Like, this man is a Catholic. What are you doing?
Reasonable thing and isn't particularly newsworthy.
Do you think that when the president says it's hurting him, has expressed?
It's all so stupid. And of course, after JD Vance, you know, put this out yesterday, at like 5. So this was posted around 5:30 p.m. yesterday. Okay, and by yesterday I mean like, you know, 7.5 hours ago. Well, it's all just a joke. Ha ha. Ha. Ha ha. Then Donald Trump spoke with CBS. And this story ran at around 7:53 p.m. Eastern Time. Trump told CBS News senior correspondent Nora O'Donnell that Pope Leo is wrong on the issues Monday after lashing out at the pontiff late Sunday, calling him weak on crime. In a phone interview, Mr. Trump confirmed that he had watched 60 Minutes, which highlighted Pope Leo's disapproval of mass deportations in the Iran war, before firing off the post. When asked if he had plans to call the Pope directly, Mr. Trump gave a firm no. He's wrong on the issues, Mr. Trump said of Pope Leo. I don't think he should be getting into politics. I think he probably learned that from this. The president admitted he was surprised by the backlash from the Christian right over the now-deleted AI image he posted to Truth Social on Sunday night, which depicted him as a Jesus-like figure. He said he thought the image was by a very beautiful and talented artist, and said he believed the photo was intended to depict him as a doctor and not Jesus. Why lie? Why lie and say you thought this was by a very beautiful and talented artist? The artist was so talented and so beautiful. Just had the kind of cake you just want to eat. You know what I'm saying? Like, why lie about the sexual desirability of a fictional artist that doesn't exist? Because it's very clearly AI, and we know that because we've seen it posted by other folks in the past in like slightly altered versions. But like, I viewed that as a picture of me being a doctor and fixing. You had the Red Cross right there. You had, medical people surrounding me. And I was like the doctor, as a little fun playing the doctor and making people better. So that's what it was viewed as. That's what most people thought. I guarantee you, most people did not look at this image and think, oh, look at that. It's Dr. Trump working for the Red Cross. Just, all those medical professionals that heal people with their glowing fucking hands. Also, again, nobody seems to be commenting about the fact that this guy looks like Jeffrey Epstein. It looks like he's bringing Jeffrey Epstein back from the dead. Like, I genuinely, this is such a mind-boggling picture to me. I find it difficult to comprehend. Like, okay, so this guy looks like Jeffrey Epstein. The two girls next to him look like fucking children. Like, what the fuck is this thing? This guy, fucking Gundam. They're like, what, the 5 horsemen of the apocalypse coming out of the sky? This is all fucked. This is an image of him forgiving Jeffrey Epstein. I forgive you for stealing my girl, he says.
Trump's decision to pit himself against the Catholic Church is certainly one of the decisions of all time.
I know. God. Also, Dragonfly, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Very much appreciated. This is all so stupid. It's all so stupid, and it's so dangerous, and it's so clear that, like, this man is falling apart mentally. Why is Common Writer in the background? He's just a big... Donald Trump's just a big fan of Common Writer. Alright? It's fucking insane, is what it is. Asked why he took down the photo, Mr. Trump said, "Normally I don't like doing that, but I didn't want to have anybody be confused. People were confused. Not me, though. I wasn't confused. Just people were confused. Everyone loved it and immediately knew what it was, but I didn't want to accidentally confuse, like, 5 people. So I took it down. Everything else I say is so clear." And this gets us to the reaction of MAGA world. Here's Riley Gaines. Why? Seriously, I cannot understand why he'd post this. Is he looking for a response? Does he actually think this? Either way, two things are true. One, a little humility would serve him well, and two, God shall not be mocked. And like, oh look, MAGA World correctly identified that Trump was posting an image of himself not as, oddly enough, a doctor working with the Red Cross, but instead as Jesus Christ. So just to be clear, not a joke. Not a joke. He thought he was very clearly a doctor. And of course, several hours later, Riley Gaines again. I love the president. I'm so grateful he's in the Oval Office. Of course, I'll continue to support him and the America First agenda. At the end of the day, I do nothing for the approval of man. Our purpose on this earth is to glorify him in all we do. The Truth Social post missed the mark. It's now deleted. Amazing! But of course, I'll continue to support him and his America First agenda. But obviously, I serve God first. Not the president first, God first. But he took it down, so that's great. We're imperfect people. I know I am. I don't get my feelings hurt easily, and I know the president. It's not really it's really not personal. I want to spend eternity in a real place called heaven. I'd love for Trump to be there too. Heaven is for real, guys. Heaven is for real. Okay, they made a movie about it called Heaven is for Real, and a book also called Heaven is for Real. You don't think they would make you don't think like they would make a book and a movie about a place that isn't real? Obviously, it's for real. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. I'll keep doing my part and speaking truth and doing my best to lead others to Christ. And no, I won't be selling merch with his insults on them. Ha 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 ha. Man, only in the America conservative movement can you fail upward to the extent Riley Gaines has. Brian Maybe, thank you for the $4 super chat. Also, we've got some additional MAGA World reactions. Here's Jack Posobiec. Cardinal Prevost was promoted by Pope Francis, and given a prominent Vatican position during his papacy. We found Prevost's Twitter feed last year, where he was thrashing Trump and Vance, as well as border enforcement and praising George Floyd. Mike Cernovich chimes in. Mike Cernovich, by the way, prominent proponent of Pizzagate, the conspiracy theory that Hillary Clinton was ordering child pornography from a local DC pizza place called Ping Pong Pizza. A conspiracy theory, by the way, that wound up with a crazy man with an assault rifle going to the pizza restaurant and shooting it up. So that's cool. Cool that he's still around and somehow relevant in MAGA world. A lot of people in your replies are confused. Where does it say that the Pope's political proclamations must be given the weight of infallibility? I can't find any authority for that. I have to follow the Bishop of Rome's political comments? News to me as a lifelong Catholic! Like, these people are just, like, going fucking nuts. Huh. Me, a Catholic, listen to the Pope? Huh. You must be insane. What are you, a liberal? And I mean, like, I do think we're getting into some weird territory here, right? Here's Gunther Eagleman. President Trump just posted this powerful painting on Truth Social. Trump stands radiant in a red robe, laying hands on a sick man while surrounded by American symbols, the flag, eagles, fighter jets, the Statue of Liberty, and everyday heroes. Like, we've gotten to a point here where these people worship Donald Trump more than they do their God. You know? That's what's happening here. And I want to share with you guys an article from the New Republic from 2023. Okay? And I think it really hits at what is happening right now in MAGA world. So we're gonna dive into this and talk about it a little bit. Also, Brian, maybe thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. Thank you very much for the support. And also, Soul Black Guy, thank you for the $5 super chat. Instead of the welfare safety net, we need to get rid of the right-wing safety net. We do. Corporate welfare is a huge drain on like our body politic. Get rid of corporate welfare and create like a sustainable welfare system for working people where you can actually live and get by in this country. Why should corporations that make billions of dollars be given, billions of dollars in subsidies by the US government? We need to knock that shit out. But I digress. Here's the article by Toria Otten. Also, Where is Waldo? Thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. Very much appreciated. Thank you for the support. Y'all keep making this channel possible. I'm so fucking grateful. Thank you so, so much. Okay? But Christianity Today editor, evangelicals call Jesus liberal and weak. Former evangelical leader is sounding the alarm about the direction his religion is headed in, right? And let's just take a look here. Moore told NPR in an interview released Tuesday that multiple pastors had told him that they would quote the Sermon on the Mount, specifically the part that says to turn the other cheek when preaching. Someone would come up after the service and ask, "Where did you get those liberal talking points?" What was alarming to me is that in most of these scenarios, when the pastor would say, "I'm literally quoting Jesus Christ," the response would not be, "I apologize." The response would be, "Yes, but that doesn't work anymore. That's weak," Moore said. When we get to the point where the teachings of Jesus himself are seen as subversive to us, we're in a crisis. Moore says he thinks a large part of the issue is how divisive U.S. politics are, which is now spilling over into the church. He pointed to how a lot of issues are packaged in terms of existential threat, leading to the belief among everyone, not just evangelical Christians, that desperate times call for desperate measures. And I think that that's basically like a microcosm of what is happening here. You are essentially seeing Donald Trump post potentially one of the most heretical claims you can make, which is that he is in fact Jesus. Like, this is like maybe one of the biggest red flags for an antichrist within the Christian faith, right? There's a reason why time and time again the Bible cautions people to be wary of false prophets. Because this is a way in which people can be very easily manipulated when you co-opt this religious energy. Wait, Pat Shannon writes, last week I literally had a Christian tell me the red parts of the Bible were supposed to be ignored because they're red. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Yeah, look, for a while now, like as somebody, I grew up out of this fundamentalist Christian, faith, right? And I can tell you guys that even at my most, like my peak fervency for Christianity, I would have been able to identify that this is like a bastardization of like everything Christianity is supposed to be about. Everything. But the issue is, evangelical Christians in America have effectively already schismed out of Christianity. Like we're not talking about like an actual Christian faith anymore. We're talking about maybe something we'd call like Americanism, We're talking about we're talking about people who have entirely decided that they want to disregard the person that their entire religion is founded on. You call yourself a Christian, and then you're like, "Oh, no, we're Christian, but we don't like that Christ guy." That's crazy. That's crazy. And like that's crazy even within the Christian framework. That's not talking about the fact that like we're not even like people, there are people that exist, I know, this might come as a shock, who aren't Christian. You know, who are agnostic, who are atheists, who are Muslim, who are Jewish, who do not believe in these things, who are Hindu. You know, like, you've got so many different kinds of belief systems out there that do not align with this, and yet the people who are professing to have faith in Christ want to ignore Jesus Christ. It doesn't even make sense from an outsider's perspective. They've lost their damn minds. It's true. It's true. Like, I do think, if you all want to know kind of my thoughts on this, play the game BioShock Infinite, okay? BioShock Infinite is basically a game about what is happening in conservative America world right now, okay? It's basically about an entire society that exists having elevated the idea of, like, America and melded it with fundamentalist religion to such an extent that, like, their nationalism is a religion that then literally flies around the world and bombs other countries into bits in order to continue and perpetuate their supremacy. And yes, it is also a game that tackles the idea of slavery and then the system of slavery. But yeah, it's a good game. It definitely has flaws when it comes to tackling this subject matter, but, like, worth a look. I would I would say. Yeah, exactly, Latzia. I think there were a lot of people who played BioShock Infinite and was like, this is a little bit too unsubtle. And yet here we are, like, 12 years later, and my god, it was a fucking prophecy. It does kind of butcher it near the end, but I think a lot of the commentary still holds. But maybe I'll play it on stream sometime. We'll talk about it as we go through it live. I think that'd be interesting. God. Everything's so stupid. Story of the Bard, thank you for the 5 tier 1
Pastor
subs.
once said that when religion become transactional, it loses meaning. Rip Pastor Phil.
Hell yeah, what is this? We will watch this after after we finish the segment, but yeah. I think that pastor might have hit it on the head there. Okay. All that being said, I think this is also giving rise to a phenomenon I've talked about a bit, which is the rise of essentially a personalized relationship with your religion via AI chatbots. I talked a little bit about this over on Blue Sky, but, like, there's a reason why there is a faith-based tech boom right now. And it's because effectively a lot of people have been so alienated from, like, their everyday existence that they're going out there and being like, yeah, I'm willing to pay $2 per minute to talk with an AI amalgamation of Jesus Christ. For some evangelical Christians, faith is about having a personal relationship with Jesus. At $2 per minute, the tech company Just Like Me is taking that concept to a new level. Users of the platform can join video calls with an avatar of Jesus generated by artificial intelligence. Like other religious AI tools on the market, it offers words of prayer and encouragement in various languages. With the occasional glitch, it remembers previous conversations and speaks through not quite synced lips. You do feel a little accountable to the AI, CEO Chris Breed said. They're your friend. You've made an attachment. And I just want to say, this is one of the most disgustingly evil things I've ever read about in my life. Like, you feel accountable to the AI? You feel accountable to the AI that's masquerading as your god? That's fucking insane. I just... Guys, we're getting like the cloth mother, wire mother, monkey experiment all over again, but on human beings this time. It's we're in the bad place. This is I hate this. And keep in mind, we already have people who are giving into like religious delusions to the point that they're willing to kill their own families, to kill themselves. And now you have companies that are deliberately trying to tap into that specific type of thinking in order to, you know, as these things drive you insane, masquerading as your god and your friend at the same time. Also taking your wallet along with your sanity. Oh god. I like, it makes me want to vomit for real. This article then goes on to talk about a faith-based AI gold rush. And I gotta be honest, this is just fucking evil. I don't get how Christians don't call this crap out as idolatry. Because a lot of Christians don't think about their faith. A lot of Christians value their faith, but for a lot of Christians, they show up to church just passively, unthinkingly absorb what the pastor says, or the priest says, or the reverend says, and then, like, don't really think about it afterwards. They aren't critically engaging with the sermons. They just passively absorb information and then, like, go about their business. And so, if you're someone who hasn't spent a lot of time actually thinking about any of these issues of theology, then it can be incredibly easy to fall into this consumption-based idea of what it means to be a Christian. It's not that you're a Christian because of what you believe. It's not because you're not a Christian because of what you do. You are instead a Christian because of what you buy. And, like, I'm not saying, like, all Christians are unthinking automata who just passively absorb these things. This is a broader critique of, you know, American culture in particular. You know, the lack of media literacy in this country is not solely a Christian problem. It's a much wider problem than that. But in this particular circumstance, the people who are the target for AI Jesus or AI Buddha or, you know, AI insert deity figure here are the same people for whom media literacy is a huge, huge problem. Right? And, you know, we'll talk about AI more later on today's show, but, like, AI specifically makes these problems worse in a myriad of different ways. And I think part of the demand for this is being driven by essentially people who have been, you know, who believe that they are Christian, believe that they believe all the things a Christian believes, but ultimately value America and Donald Trump over their actual religious beliefs that they would profess. And so, yeah, I think that is why you get people turning to this. I mean, it's bad. Now, here is a senator out of Utah, I believe, or maybe Idaho, Bernie Moreno. Is from Ohio. There we go. Ohio. Thank you. Thank you. He said, I was incensed to watch the Pope's comments. I think what the Pope is doing is a disgrace. It's a shame that the Pope has made the Catholic Church political. Thank God my mom's not alive to watch that. he says while defending the president that depicted himself as Jesus Christ. Everything is stupid. Everything is so stupid. Also, if you know anything about the Catholic Church and the papacy in particular, you know that it is not an apolitical institution whatsoever. Like, whatsoever. Historically, political as hell. All right? Literally political as hell. And, well, here's Donald Trump trying to explain it while standing next to DoorDash Grandma.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
I do heal people, really. Maybe in a way I am kind of like Jesus Christ, like a doctor with my glowing hands. When I touch people, they get better. So much better. So cool. Anyway, all of this finally has mainstream media posting stories like this. It only took threatening a genocide and, threatening to use nuclear weapons and fighting with the Pope and claiming to be God. But finally, the New York Times thinks that maybe we should have some concerns about Donald Trump's erratic behavior. It finally happened. As the president threatens to wipe out Iran and attacks the Pope, even some former allies and advisors are questioning whether he has grown increasingly imbalanced, describing him as lunatic and clearly insane. Now, I do want to point out here that the lead up to the end here is wild. Even former allies and advisors are questioning whether he has grown increasingly unbalanced. This isn't questioning whether or not he has grown increasingly unbalanced. If somebody is calling him a lunatic and clearly insane, that isn't them saying, I don't know whether or not he's become more unbalanced. That is them saying he is very clearly insane. You can't get more clearly insane than someone saying clearly insane. Even in their final attempt to open this subject, the New York Times is just woefully flaccid. It's crazy. Meme of a man standing up by himself. We should take him at his word because it's actually worse for him if we steel man him. Exactly, yeah. I just, this opening paragraph, it baffles me. President Trump's erratic behavior and extreme comments in recent days and weeks have turbocharged the crazy like a fox or just plain crazy debate that has followed him on the national political stage for a decade. No! He's just fucking crazy. It's not difficult to figure out. It's not difficult to wrap your head around. It's not difficult to see. He's literally calling himself God on social media. He said a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. This isn't the same debate that followed him around for a decade. You can watch videos from a decade ago where he's clearly a stupid man. He's a stupid man. But he's not he's not fucking crazy. He's crazy as hell right now. It's wild to me. But at the very least, the New York Times is now talking about it. The final seal has been unleashed. And hopefully, we can get what we should have gotten the entire time, which is article after article, think piece after think piece about how this guy is a lunatic, is crazy. Because that should be the rest of Donald Trump's political career, being questioned about his mental competence. Like the media went after Joe Biden so much harder for his mental acuity than how it's going after Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is objectively worse. People were around Biden to tell him, no, that's a bad idea. No, that's a good idea. There's no one around Donald Trump stopping him from doing the worst impulses, right? The actual effect for us is worse than it was for, like, under Biden. His brain is gone. I mean, some of the questions about Mr. Trump's sadness come from people who once worked with him and have since become critics. Even before the Civilization Post, Ty Cobb, a White House lawyer in Mr. Trump's first term, told the journalist Jim Acosta that the president is a man who is clearly insane and that his recent string of belligerent middle-of-the-night social media posts highlights the level of his insanity. Clearly. Like, this man doesn't realize what he's doing. And I'm not trying to say, like, oh, Biden was worse, but Biden was better. What I'm trying to say is that they're both incredibly bad. They were both incredibly far gone. But there were elements around Biden that prevented, like, the worst case scenario of his dementia to play out. There's none around Trump. He's a fucking lunatic. And I'm sorry, if someone is claiming to be God, that isn't just narcissism. Like, it's not just narcissism. If someone starts claiming that they are God, there is something deeply, profoundly wrong with them. And you, it's... He should not be in charge of anything. Except maybe his McDonald's order. Right? Yeah, we're talking about fucking psychosis here. And I guess that's how we get Trump Christ. So I don't know. Hopefully by the end of the year, we aren't all going to be compelled by the newly created Office of Religious Compliance to become Americanists or die. Hopefully there's not going to be some kind of American Inquisition to discern who is and is not a real American. We're just living in the stupidest timeline run by a man who is far gone from sanity. And it is scary, and I don't like it. And I would really like this particular period of time to be done. Anyway, if you would like to help make sure that when we get out of this, we actually get meaningful change that makes it so that no one this crazy can ever hold office ever again, you need to get organized. So join your local DSA, take over your local Democratic Party, make your Democrats in your local area more progressive, make your DSA more effective. If you need help getting started on that journey, we have people in our community who have, pledged themselves to your cause to help you. So join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing your local Dems, reach out to Gamergy for help organizing your local DSA. We can help you get started. I know it's really intimidating the first time, but you know what? We've had so many, dozens and dozens and dozens of people get involved at their local Dems or their local DSA and attain positions of influence and make some really cool shit start happening.
The I am the chosen one comment that people dismissed as TDS. The right has thoroughly scared the media of the liberal bias stigma, and they won't call a spade a spade.
It's true, Brutus Magnuson. We're living in a time where like the media is both scared of Trump and also wants to perpetuate Trump because his insanity gets them clicks. You know, they're all driven by these profit machines. It's awful. Thank you for the $10 super chat. So get organized, folks. Because guess what? If enough of us get organized, we can create a system that will be able to remove this guy from office. If enough of us get organized, if enough of us win over seats in the House and the Senate in the midterms, it's possible that we might be able to convict and remove this clown. Especially after the midterms no longer hold sway and Republicans start really jumping off the ship before the general election in 2028. So get organized, folks. We have the capacity to change the world. You have the capacity to keep your community safe against AI data centers and ICE, but you got to get organized. So 95% of the work is showing up at those meetings. Go do it. Also, folks, just want to say, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really helping the algorithm. Hit the subscribe button. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, etc. It is non-tucking lingerie that is elegant, beautiful, and sexy, and it will fit. So go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. And let's keep on going. Woof. Baby, baby. All right. Yes, Dragonfly's in chat right now. If you don't want to join Discord, you can head over to riverboat.gg and ask questions. Ooh,
as a neurodivergent, mental health suffering witch, heretic and apostate, this timeline makes me feel very normal and sane, and also, that I'm a really good Christian. Weird.
Weird indeed. Oh, God. Everything is so silly right now. All right. 2 Spectral Wolves, thank you for the $5 dono. And Story of the Bard, let's take a look at what you got here.
Has feelings too.
Oh my God, Rocco, it's a fucking rock!
Elmo, stop.
La 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 la.
You being childish.
La 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 la.
You know what? Fuck you, Elmo.
Elmo's one. When it comes to me and Rocco, I'm on a different level. I'm from...
Okay, I gotta be honest. I don't know who Rocco is. Is Rocco a rival character on Sesame Street? I don't know what that is. It's a rock?
Sesame State Penitentiary, where rocks turn to fruity pebbles. Sesame! Did you know Rocco had feelings even though he was a fucking rock?
No?
Neither did Elmo! And I swear I'll leave a stone prone like Dwayne Johnson taking a stunner from Stone Cold. Somebody pick the rock up! Zoe!
Is Elmo... He's a pet rock that Elmo hates? Like, in the show? It drives Elmo crazy? Wait, for real? I don't know if you guys are fucking with me or not. Yes, canonically, that's crazy. What? Elmo Rocco?
Zoe asked Elmo to watch Rocco for her. Doesn't she know Rocco's just a rock? What? No, Tango, no! No, Tango, come back! That's not a boat, that's a rock! Great, now Elmo needs to save Rocco. Tango, wait, stop.
Jesus Christ, he hates that rock. What the fuck? Oh, God. Elmo's fucking done with this rock. I don't know, Elmo. Maybe you could have like held it in your hands so it doesn't get picked up by a dog. Maybe Elmo. Maybe you could have brought it inside. I don't know. I can't watch the whole clip of Sesame Street, guys. But I needed that important context, so thank you. All right, folks, you'll love that clip. Who's this?
Rocco!
Okay, it's 30 seconds. I could do that.
Rocco's a rock, Zoe! Rocco won't know the difference! Yes, he will! You can't have that cookie, Elmo. Rocco wants to eat it! How? How is Rocco gonna eat that cookie, Zoe? Tell Elmo! Rocco doesn't even have a mouth! Rocco's just a rock! Rocco's not alive! He is too alive! Boy.
Hey, now calm down, you two.
Boy. All day long, Rocco's been getting his way. And now Zoe's saying Elmo can't even have his favorite cookie because she wants to give it to a rock. That's not fair.
God damn, Elmo has a lot of feelings about that rock. Good God. I also would be upset giving my favorite cookie to a rock.
2-6.
Stone Corbel, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Elmo's done with Rocco? Yeah, no kidding. Fuck Rocco for real. I'm decidedly anti-Rocco now. Yeah, we've all been radicalized. We're anti-rock. All right. Y'all ready to talk about... Whoa, wait. Good news, everybody. As of tonight, and just pull this up. Pull this up. Jenny Clevenger, thank you very much for the membership. Let's go! All right. Cool. Virginia has apparently finalized their ban on ICE contracts. So this article came out, last month, but it's still here. It's true. It happened. Let's go. Very, very exciting. According to NPR here, by the midnight deadline, Spanberger finalized action on a series of immigration bills, beginning with an amendment to a closely watched proposal restricting 287G agreements, which law enforcement agencies may sign with U.S. ICE in order to carry out federal immigration enforcement actions. The patron of HB 1441 told NPR that Spanberger issued a minor amendment to the bill while leaving its core provisions intact. Is good stuff. Is good stuff. I think that's neat. Whew. Also, before we jump into our next segment here, just a reminder, we are almost 3 hours into the show. If you haven't yet, hit that like button over on YouTube. We got a little song to let you know what to do. Also, subscribe if you haven't yet. You hoser.
Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button,
Virginia, don't forget to vote
click a
yes
button,
on the
click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button.
Hell yeah!
Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click, 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 button.
Also, Raptor Blue, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, folks. Hello, Argonian Bum. Hello, DCME. Hello, Dragon Princess. Hello, Lady Badash. Hello, Raptor Blue. Hello, German Cow JJ. Hello, one and all. Hello, hello. Also, just want to say, if you are interested in coming over to watch, over on the Riverboat site, you get a whole bunch of emotes over here and get to talk to cool people. You get emotes whether or not you subscribe. The subscribing over on the website is just for the bling. Whew. Yeah, right now we've got like 450 people watching over on YouTube. It's crazy. All right. That's not to mention all of the almost 200 over on Twitch. Let's go, folks! All right. Are you all ready? Let's do... Yeah, let's talk about JD Vance a little bit. Party bosses in the Dems are shifting right. It's true. That's why you gotta fucking street fight them in the rooms. I think you got, like, when I talk about taking over the Democratic Party, it's specifically so that you guys can more effectively fight these ghouls that are taking money from Third Way. Like, if you want to, like, throw down and actually make, like, the Democratic Party, like, a party that's worth a damn, you gotta show up at your local Democratic meetings. Full stop. All right. Why'd they even send JD Vance to Pakistan to negotiate? I don't think they've ever heard him say literally anything persuasive in any way. I mean, the thought process seems to be to punish JD Vance for being against the war. To waste his time, to, you know, make him do his penance. And also to torpedo the negotiations, so... All right. You guys ready for our segment? Will the U.S. blockade be talked about? Yeah, we're going to talk about it in the Iran segment. We got a lot of things to talk about tonight. All right. Yes. Good. Seggy time, baby. All right. Also, just want to give you guys an update so far. Y'all, we are getting close. We're almost a fifth of the way there. Just a reminder, when we do hit 500, we are going to be diving deep into some brain rot. with some what if alt hist on Tim Pool and talking about birth rates, which and Civil War, which is going to be, I think, very funny to cover and debunk. So, I don't know, if you're interested in watching me debunk some far-right brain rot, subs and donos get us closer. All right. Couch fucker segment incoming. It's true. Hey, couch fucker. Off to fuck a couch. Dustin the Dam, thank you for the gifted sub over on Twitch. Appreciated. All right. Here we go, folks. So, folks, we got to talk about J.D. Vance, Viktor Orban, and Hungary. Because a really incredible thing happened over the last several days, which is that J.D. Vance was, of course, sent off to Hungary. I've talked a little bit about this, that, like, J.D. Vance, despite talking about how awful and meddling the European Union has been to the poor, hapless state of Hungary, that then saw fit to go off and meddle in their elections directly while stumping for Viktor Orban. And, well, you know, I don't think we have to look too far into the public perception of how this was perceived. Let's, of course, head over into the poly markets. Let's take a look at how the politics betting world thought about this.
Live from the Poly Market studio in LA.
And, well, you know, you could see a pretty clear event here take place that caused the market to split among some pretty definitive lines. And, you know, I do have to say, I don't put any stock into the betting markets for predicting much, but I do think this is a very funny graph. And that's all I really have to say about it. Other than, yeah, we should ban things like Polymarket and Kalshi, but, you know, that's for a different time. So, apparently J.D. Vance was not content with allegedly killing the last pope. Now, he also has to kill authoritarianism in Hungary. In a way, in this circumstance, J.D. Vance is a quite an agent provocateur. You know, he's gone in and destroyed an entire dictatorship that was built up over the past 16 years. Yeah, that's a talent. That's a rare talent. Like, why aren't we sending this man to, like, North Korea? Watch him just, like, fuck the couches of every nation on earth in his quest to overturn all authoritarianism everywhere, except for the United States. Still working on that one. Yeah, send J.D. Vance to North Korea next. Exactly. Yeah, same wavelength, okay? Same mental wavelength. And I just have to say, like, this was a pretty wild outcome, right? Like, Viktor Orban was defeated handily by his opponent, Peter Magyar. And essentially, you know, I want to describe a little bit about what went on in Hungary. Why was Viktor Orban such a political powerhouse? And it's largely because he virtue signaled constantly on essentially conservative culture war issues, while simultaneously controlling 80 to 90% of Hungary's press, meaning that independent media was practically non-existent across vast swaths of Hungary. And it allowed him to be able to, there were still elections, but it had this soft authoritarianism that, made this a liberal democracy functionally under his thumb for the last almost 20 years. And to understand what has been happening in Hungary, have any of you ever wondered, hey, why does Turning Point USA operate in Hungary? Hey, why are all of these conservative organizations like bringing Viktor Orban over to America to speak to American conservatives? Why is Steve Bannon? Why are all these prominent conservative people associated with the Hungarian government? I mean, like Dennis Prager was all over going over to Hungary, like all kinds of different conservative figures from across like the political spectrum, all would go on essentially pilgrimages to Hungary for years and years and years. And essentially what happened here is that in a lot of different ways, American conservatives considered Hungary essentially a test bed, a way to test out different conservative policies to see how they could contort the American system into becoming an illiberal democracy wherein Republicans could just perpetually hold power, right? And I mean, essentially what's happening here is that Viktor Orban's government just became too overtly corrupt, too noticeably broken to function, and people had enough of it. And Peter Magyar, by the way, talented political figure, has deliberately kept an incredibly large tent in order to try and topple the Orban government. And it's going to be interesting to see exactly what happens as a result of this, because he was delivered a supermajority, which effectively allows him to reshape Hungary and his political party to reshape Hungary and be able to kind of clean out the corrupt politicians, etc. And so what is interesting here is going to be to see how things develop from here, because it opens the door to a lot of possibility. Will Peter Magyar's administration roll back the anti-LGBTQ reforms that were passed underneath Viktor Orban? Basically, a lot of the Hungarian domestic policies were causing a constant deluge of immigrants out of the country. People did not want to live there anymore. Young people did not see a future in Hungary. And so this political win represents an opportunity that is, for Hungarians, world-changing. And it also shows that what happened in Hungary, we can do here. If this is considered a test bed for Republican policy, and it failed so spectacularly, we are positioned much better than the Hungarian electorate. We are not going up against a guy who controls 90% of the media. We are not going up against a political party that enjoys, mass support, or even close to mass support. And that support is dwindling all the time, every fucking day. They just switched one right-wing party for another right-wing party. That is not the case. Isn't Magyar a conservative? I have trouble believing a conservative will get rid of corruption. Magyar is a conservative, but he's not the same kind of conservative. That's the issue you guys are running into, is there's a difference between a conservative who is illiberal and does not believe in democracy, and a conservative who is liberal and does believe in democracy. Kind of the difference between What would be a good example? Like a George Bush Sr. and like a fucking Mussolini? I don't know. Like, there's a difference. And so the breaking of this illiberal hold on the democratic process is a big deal. It's a shift of the Overton window for sure. And okay, but yes, conservatives are also right-wing, but I need you to understand there's a difference between how these two parties portray themselves. There's a difference between the policy goals of these two parties. There's a difference between the mandate given by these victories and defeats. Like, yeah, of course it's not a... I'm not portraying it as a fucking left-wing party, guys. I'm so frustrated right now. Like, there's a difference between a Republican movement and a conservative movement that believes in the democratic process and one that doesn't. Like, you worded it in a way that sounded like that. I did not. The way I worded it was trying to make a distinction between conservatives who believe in liberalism and conservatives who do not believe in liberalism. It's why I called them a liberal conservative and an illiberal conservative. I thought that was like I thought that was enough of a differentiation here, but I guess not. And so what I'm trying to explain to you guys is that the political machine that perpetuated Viktor Orban got broken. And that is a victory. That is a good thing. Overcoming that machine is a colossal achievement. It is a good thing. It is a huge step in the right direction for a country that has been effectively the model under which the conservative movement in America has tried to mold the United States system. And so when we look at what has happened in Hungary, the reason it's good to see it fail in Hungary is because that's the machine they were trying to build here on a much larger scale. It is objectively good to see the Hungarian illiberal dictatorship fall, even if it is to another slightly far-right party. It is good for far-right authoritarians to fail. And it's frustrating to me for people to be like, well, it's just to another conservative. Of course, yes. Because the context that he's operating in, Peter Magyar, is within a far-right dictatorship. If you are building a huge coalition to topple that far-right dictatorship, you need a broad tent. Which means, by the way, that Peter Magyar's party does not have many defined principles. It's just far-right rebanding. You do not understand what is happening. It's not even a small W, guys. It's not even, like, my God. I don't know how to be clearer about this. The people who are trying to make a palatable, sustainable fascism that could oppress you indefinitely, they lost. Their machine got broken. That's good. That's not just a small W, that's a huge W. And so what I'm trying to say here is that, like, it presents a huge amount of hope. And so what I'm saying is, like, they're not, like the Peter Magyar party does not have a bunch of, like, defined conservative platforms. Because they left them deliberately vague to build a big tent movement. And that vagueness means that there's a lot of possibility in what the Magyar administration is actually going to wind up doing. Right? And that's interesting because it's the first point at which Hungarians have like some kind of agency in the governance of their country for like 16 years. And so like that's good. It is good for them to have more agency. And if in their context they are more conservative than we might like, they now have the machinery to be able to move farther left more effectively. And that is good. And so, like, I guess what I'm trying to get at here is that there is now a path on which the Hungarian people can go that bring them towards a better, more inclusive, more equitable society for everybody. Obviously, it might be possible that they're not going to take that path, but the fact that it's open at all right now is a huge win. I've been spending the last like decade of being aware of politics hearing a constant trickle of stories out of Hungary about, oh, well, I guess, trans people can't exist there now. I guess gay people can't adopt children there anymore. Gay marriages aren't really recognized by the state anymore. Well, I got, all the LGBTQ people that can are trying to leave the country. And it's going to take time to undo the damage of these conservative policies. But, like, the possibility to undo it has now opened up. Something that was previously considered impossible like 5 years ago. It's a new day, and that is a good thing. Sorry, Jack, I didn't mean to derail. No, it's fine. It's just, I get frustrated because, like, I'm trying to explain this, but I also understand that there are going to be people who don't get it. But my enthusiasm and my tone, I'm trying to make it clear that this is a big deal. And it's not just replacing one conservative party with another conservative party that believes the same things. That's not what this is. And people trying to reduce it to that are just wrong. And so, here's a direct quote from Viktor Orban, by the way, from 2023. Hungary is actually an incubator where experiments are done on the future of conservative policies. He was talking about that. He was talking about his own country as the place where America was testing its conservative experiments. And that experiment has failed. Here's part of Peter Magyar's victory speech here.
Köszönöm nektek, hogy elhittétek, hogy meg lehet csinálni. Köszönöm, hogy elhittétek, hogy megváltoztathatjuk a sorsunkat. Köszönöm, hogy elhittétek, hogy a saját történelmünket.
Maybe I should just read this out. Thank you for believing that we ourselves, the Hungarian people, write our own history. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Köszönöm.
Today, the Hungarian people said yes to Europe. They said yes to a free Hungary. They said yes to represent them, to help them, to put the country in order. They said yes, because this is a Hungarian government, the responsibility of the Hungarian government. I call on the outgoing Prime Minister to act as an executive government from today, not to make any decisions that would tie the hands of the next government, the TISA government. Like, I want to emphasize here, the size of these crowds kind of undersell it a little bit. Like, Hungary had over 80% Democratic participation. The highest turnout I think they've had since like the Soviet era. Hungary will once again be a strong ally in the European Union and NATO. From now on, we will not be a country without consequences. Those who stole the country must take responsibility. Dear fellow countrymen from Fidesz, I know it's hard to live with defeat, especially a big and well-deserved defeat. I know that you are also maybe angry with us, maybe even with me personally, because being in the opposition is difficult. It is difficult to see politicians in power who are not loved. I know it's difficult. But I here today, Peter Magyar, promise you that I will also be your prime minister. I will be the prime minister of all Hungarian people, and I will work 24 hours a day, every day of the week, to heal the wounds so that we can accept each other, even if we have different political views. I will represent you too. God, the fucking Iran Lego videos. And I just want to say, it is really, really, really important that we understand that this commitment to accountability, which has time and time again been a key point made by the Magyar campaign, is one that the Democrats here in the United States absolutely need to learn from. Democrats need to learn that when they come into power, there needs to be actual accountability. Actual fucking accountability. People need to go in front of, juries of their peers. There needs to be legal consequences. And so I just gotta say, when we're looking at, what Donald Trump might do and what the Trump administration might do, having a kind of awareness, a profound and persistent desire to hold these people to account in a court of law, that is something that the Democratic Party needs to pursue, and to pursue hard. It cannot simply be like, oh, well, just Donald Trump goes to prison, everyone else is fine. No. I want every fucking official that sent masked ICE goons into my city's streets, killed people in my community, kidnapped people in my community. I want every single one of those agents, every single one of their handlers, every single one of their managers, every single one of their people, all the way from the bottom of the organization all the way up to the White House. I want every single one of those people to stand and account for what they did to my city. All the way up to the top. And that is the kind of accountability that needs to be demanded. The same way it wasn't enough to just prosecute, one or two of the people who did the 2008 financial crisis. So many more of those bankers should have gone to prison for what they did. The economic turmoil that they unleashed on the working people of this country. That should have been a hard time. And so, what I'm trying to say is that we need to learn from this. It's vitally important. Donald Trump is promising apparently pardons at the end of his term to anyone who came within 200 feet of the White House. I'm sorry. This is a news story from 2 days ago. Staff at Minnesota deportation hub received obscene Trump-themed challenge coins adorned with skulls. Operation Metro Surge, One Nation Under God. And I gotta be honest with you, I want everyone associated with issuing this challenge coin prosecuted. These people deserve no place in law enforcement, no place in any kind of government job, no place in a free and fair society outside of a prison cell until they've served their time and paid their debt to society. This is disgusting. Any kind of Truth and Reconciliation Commission needs to come along with, hey, we need to prosecute this before there is any kind of peacemaking. And not only that, the level of criminal ignorance that the United States has put on display in what they've done with USAID, for example, and Doge. I shout out to Marissa Kabas, by the way, at the Handbasket. Y'all should be subscribing over here. Whistleblower says Trump officials thought USAID did just abortions, asked for Barney-style slides before gutting agency, per new book. This is a excerpt from Nicholas Einreich's book, Into the Wood Chipper. I'm gonna read this book. It seems phenomenal just from this excerpt. And I'll link this into the chat so you guys can share it around. But I would argue that this is criminal levels of ignorance, and it's something. Today, the room felt emptier, devoid of the expertise and experience that had so often directed policy from within its walls. Beside the three of us from GH, the group consisted of Joel Borkert, USAID's chief of staff, Adam Korzeniewski, White House liaison, Megan Hansen, director of policy, Paul Song, senior advisor to the administrator, and Ken Jackson. With Pete Marocco's new designation as deputy administrator, Ken's title was revised to acting deputy administrator for management and resources. Jason Gray, briefly the acting administrator, now back to chief information officer, joined as well. The group looked tired and bored, and I got the sense that we were not the first bureau to brief this group on our mission-critical functions that afternoon. Without introductions, Joel, who was eating a frozen Indian dinner, jumped right in. Quote, "In full transparency, we're drawing down USAID," he said. "We'd like you to walk us through your mission-critical functions so that we can close things out smoothly. What are the key priorities that we need to keep working on in GH, and the staff needs to carry them out?" Drawn down, close out. The words he dropped so casually rang in my head. Our global health programs didn't concern him. He was only interested in the quickest way to shutter the agency. I knew this would be my only chance to make him see why our work mattered. "Thanks, Joel," I began. "With the current pause on foreign aid, we're primarily focused right now on the waiver to restart our life-saving activities. But emergency response is only a tiny fraction of our work. So much of what we do is strengthen sustainable health systems around the world for long-term health improvements. Let me tell you about the work as well as some of the more urgent needs." Joel, who'd been checking his watch, shrugged and took another bite of his microwave paneer. Just as I was about to go on, Paul Song spoke up. "I'd just say stick to the life-saving stuff," he said. Aside from Jason Gray, Paul was the only career official representing the front office in this meeting. My only prior engagement with Paul was the Ebola briefing on Monday, after which he had asked for the names of the meeting's participants, who had been the only staff spared from administrative leave that day. Paul had been a relatively junior Foreign Service officer until recently. When he'd somehow ingratiated himself with our new political leaders, now the political appointees seemed to look to him for strategic advice on how to tear down the agency, and he appeared to relish his newfound influence, which was affirmed by his seat at the center of the conference table. Joel and the others nodded their agreement. Disappointed but not surprised, I began to describe various life-saving components of USAID's global health portfolio, highlighting how we prepare for and respond to emerging pandemic threats, support the diagnosis and treatment of tuberculosis, malaria, and HIV, and immunize millions of children from the deadliest childhood diseases. I spoke for about 5 minutes, focusing primarily on our infectious diseases work and hoping to keep the attention of people who seem to have no experience or interest in global health. When I finished, the room was silent, the political appointees looking at one another in what appeared to be disbelief. The silence was broken by Ken Jackson, who chuckled softly and shook his head. Wow, there really is so much that USA does that we never knew, he said. This is the story that needs to get out there. Joel, also smiling, chimed in next, echoing Jackson's amazement. I had no idea you did all this, he said. As a Republican, when I think of what USA does in global health, I assumed it was just, abortions. And I'm going to, again, please read the entire piece here, because this isn't by any means the only thing in this excerpt that is just unspeakably evil. They put a bunch of dipshits in charge of drawing down USAID who had no idea what the agency even did. And when it was explained to them in a 5-minute long presentation, they just were bemused and then shut it all down anyway. And what I'm trying to say is, when we talk about future accountability, these evil, ignorant dipshits who sentenced millions of people, primarily children, to die around the world so that they could serve their own political ambition, they need to go in front of a judge and a jury. Like, this is criminal. And I could not, if you put a gun to my head, I could not tell you what law it breaks, but I can tell you that it is wrong. And I can tell you that in order for there to be any kind of reconciliation and moving forward as a country where those of us in the public believe in accountability, believe in our system of justice, believe that our country is capable of doing better and good things, these people who have killed millions need to have their day in court. And if they don't get their court here in the United States, then they need to face it in The Hague. And I just want to throw out there as well, worth noting, the Republican Party right now is really afraid of looking out of touch on key issues because the party keeps appealing to our loony folks, according to a report. And also according to Senate Majority Leader John Thune. You're worried about looking out of touch. You embraced a fucking vice president that thinks UFOs, anything that's unidentified in the sky, is a demon. You elected a raving madman as a president, not just once, but twice. Who's posting pictures of himself depicted as Jesus Christ. There is no salvaging the idea of a moderate Republican who is a capable lawmaker and capable of, like, reaching across the aisle. You've poisoned the well. The current conflict about what will be the successor to the, Republican Party is not going to be from within the Republican Party. That current conflict is in the Democratic Party right now. That full stop. The neocons have all left the Republican Party. They're in the Democratic Party now. That's the entire mission of the Bulwark, if you guys are familiar with that outlet. Like, that's what Third Way exists to do. The next schism isn't coming from the Republican Party, it's coming from the Democratic Party. My prediction is the Democratic Party is going to split into two different groups. And the neocons will win the party civil war. Yeah, if you sit on your ass with your thumb in it, I guess. But, if you and people like you aren't lazy fucks and actually do something about it, then they won't. Full stop. They can only do this if you let them do it. It's why I talk constantly about the need for you guys to get involved on the local level. It's why I constantly talk about the need for you guys to get involved on the local level. Whether it's with your local DSA or your local Democrats, like, you guys need to get involved. It's super, super important. It's the only way for us to unfuck this entire situation we have found ourselves in. Guys, in YouTube chat, stop giving this person so much attention. They're the same troll who's been, like, AI posting the entire time. They use the same talking point every single time they come in here. Stop giving them attention. It's why they keep coming back. Notice the throwaway numbers. Just like it's the same guy. But I just want to remind you guys that what happened in Hungary is a reminder that we are not condemned to live under the boots and the heels of billionaires and millionaires. We are not condemned to be, like, powerless in the face of this oppression. We are not condemned to be oppressed. If Hungarians can do it, you can fucking do it too. This idea that you are doomed to fail, that we are doomed to fail because we are just small workers and they're big, strong capitalists with millions or billions of dollars. Like, that's just quitter talk. Have you guys never watched a movie? Have you guys never played a video game? Have you guys never, like, ever encountered a story where people overcome challenges to topple or defeat oppressive elements in society? That is the entire history of our species. And we are by far blessed with far more resources, far more organizing power than so many other groups in this world who have been oppressed to a much greater extent. I'm not saying we're doomed to fail, just destined to struggle. As it has always been. Every person who has ever lived on this planet is destined to struggle. And that is something that makes us human. That is the human existence in a nutshell. We are born into a world full of flaws, full of danger, full of, everything that wants to kill us. Exposure to the elements, contact with other animals, contact with one another. And yet, we have built functional societies. And yet, we have built wonders beyond comprehension. And so all I'm saying here is that we have always been part of a struggle. You right now, you are in the same struggle that peasants 1,000 years ago were in. And we have made so much progress since then. We have destroyed the absolute God-given right of kings. We have set up a democratic state. We have levers of power available to us. We have more capacity to communicate and organize with one another than ever before. And I think we can get a few people to go to some local goddamn meetings. Full stop. I don't the only thing stopping us from doing it is making the commitment to do it. Like, just commit to do it. Commit to do it and show up to those goddamn meetings. Yeah, we just shot like a fucking spaceship around the moon. And brought them all back. Like, we have been under the boot of would-be oppressors for the entire history of humanity. And our job is to keep lifting that boot off of us. Forever. Because if we stop lifting, it crushes us. And it doesn't just crush us, it crushes our children and our children's children. It destroys a world where you can envision your kid living in a better one after you're gone. And all I'm saying is, that struggle never ends, because we will never get to the perfect world. But we have to fight for it anyway. I'm going to play one last clip for you guys. Again from Peter Magyar.
We have to adopt a lot of things on the first day, including anti-corruption measures. We have to submit the application for Hungary to join the European Public Prosecutor's Office. We have to set up the National Asset Recovery and Protection Office. We have to accept, we have to examine everything. There will be a handover, the exact status of the Hungarian budget, and in general in all ministries, in all background institutions, we have to review the exact situation of how the country is handed over. And if these are in place, then after that, as we said, my first trip will be to Warsaw, the second to Vienna, and immediately after that, the third to Brussels, where we have to discuss the return of our EU funds. This is extremely important because the deadline is very tight to collect and use several thousand billion forints. These resources are in great need of the Hungarian economy, Hungarian companies, Hungarian farmers, Hungarian hospitals, the Hungarian public road system, and MAV, Hungary's railway company. We consider it very important to strengthen Hungary's position in the European Union and NATO. We will certainly have debates with the European Union, as every member state has, since every member state represents its own national interests in Brussels and Strasbourg. There is no problem with this. We consider it very, very important to bring EU funds home. We consider it very urgent. By the way, this is not only in the interest of Hungary, but also in the interest of the European Union.
It's worth noting that part of his reasoning for breaking with Viktor Orban in the first place was so that he could pivot the country towards the European Union and in the process free up a sizable number of billions of euros, I believe $35 billion total, that the EU tied up and tied to Hungary achieving different political thresholds. I believe there's like 27 different conditions for them to free up that money. But essentially, he's trying to make good on this so that these billions of dollars can flow into different promises that he's made, right? Yeah. One of the things, by the way, that his victory means is that up to this point, Hungary had been vetoing a 90 billion euro loan to Ukraine. And I think that this is going to, they're going to stop vetoing that loan.
We consider it very, very important to re-strengthen either the Czech-Hungarian or the Polish-Hungarian relations. At TISA, we consider it particularly important to strengthen the cooperation of the Visegrad Four, to re-establish a strong Central European alliance, even the expansion of the V4 alliance towards Austria, Croatia, Slovenia, or other countries. This is not only in the interest of Hungary. This is also in the interest of our Czech friends, our Polish friends, our Slovak friends, or even our Slovenian and Croatian friends. The point is that we would like to see a very strong Visegrad 4.
And this is in turn going to lead to, I think, some positive changes in regards to the Ukraine conflict. That $90 billion might in fact be something that can possibly break the tide. Because again, the Ukraine war is still happening. Russia is still in the process of invading Ukraine. That is still happening. Let me just take a look here. I mean, it's getting weird, to say the least. According to Zelensky, Putin forces surrendered to Ukrainian robots. Yeah. When confronted by army robots after an advance carried out without infantry and without losses on our side, for the first time in the history of this war, an enemy position was taken exclusively by unmanned platforms, ground systems, and drones, he said on X. Like, it's getting weird over there, but yeah. What a time to be alive, right? Viktor Orban tried to stop Magyar's run for the presidency by releasing a sex tape of him having consensual sex with his girlfriend, and he was just like, I fuck, and it looked good on him pretty much. Yeah, good for him. Anyway, one last point before we close out this segment. Worth noting that the DNC has in fact adopted a resolution and passed it to hold Trump administration officials legally accountable for their crimes. So that's one piece of good news here in America. At the very least, the Democratic Party is willing to hold some Trump officials accountable. Now, the degree to which the Democrats will actually hold Republicans accountable remains to be seen. However, I will quote this part here. Therefore, be it resolved that the Democratic Party is steadfastly committed to government officials at all levels being held fully and legally accountable for all crimes and abuses of power committed while in office, and be it further resolved that the Democratic Party is committed to governance and constitutional reforms to reduce the possibility of such lawlessness by any future American presidential administration and to restoring the rule of law and the trust of the American people. So, you know, that's good. But if you want Republicans to be held accountable, folks, what do you have to do? What do you have to do? If you want accountability from your elected officials, what do you guys have to do? I've been saying it a lot. Let's see if you guys have, there you go. Organize! 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 You have to organize. Because power does not just bend to your intentions. Power does not bend to just your idle wishes. Power bends to organized power. By organizing together, we alone might be small, but all of us together are strong. And so you have to organize. You have to organize in your communities, and in every single one of your communities, I guarantee you, you have access to two different groups. You have access to the local Democrats, and you have access to your local DSA. Okay? So join your local Democrats, radicalize them, make them more progressive. and then join your local DSA and make them more effective. Help them organize with local labor. And together, these two forces can prove to be a very potent combination. The DSA can function as the, on-the-ground organizing muscle that can empower different candidates within the Democratic Party to actually accomplish incredible feats. And by having people on the inside in the Democratic Party, we can coordinate with the DSA. It is a win-win. Organize with both. So if you need help taking your first steps, you can join the Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing with your local Dems, reach out to Gamergy for help organizing with your local DSA. And also, folks, I'm going to encourage you, if you don't want to join the Discord, head over to riverboat.gg and you can find Gamergy and Dragonfly over there, and you can talk with them on riverboat.gg instead of Discord if you are so inclined. So, all that being said, folks, got anything out of this, hit that like button, leave a comment longer than 8 words. Helps in the algorithm for some reason. And also, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie that fits, that's elegant, that's beautiful, and sexy. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. And let's keep on going. They're out of my size. I will have to wait. Yeah, that's we had to learn some of the turnaround time for Imogene Olivia for restock, but that shouldn't happen as much anymore going forward. Can we listen to "I Don't Want Your Millions, Mister"? Last time I played it on stream, I got clocked, and like we could, so no. Yeah, bully your elected officials into jailing Trump administration criminals. Finger licking good means toe sucking evil exists? Hell yeah. All right. Folks, we've been going for almost 4 hours now, believe it or not. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, do the things. We got a little song to help you know what to do. Here you go.
Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click
Uncle Gumbald, I will not like your funny meme on Twitter, but I will look at it. Also, it does kind of look like the Radiance. I just don't use Twitter anymore. I use Blue Sky now, folks. Okay. Now, folks, if you've been enjoying the show, consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys make this show possible. Could not do it without you fine folks. And appreciate all y'all for being here. Good night, Latzia. All right. Oh, by the way, I just thought this was really funny. I did promise you a little palate cleanser between each thing. Here's Olivia Reingold from the Free Press being absolutely mogged by Abdul al-Sayed. Is it... Okay, question. Is it Abdul al-Sayed or Abdul al-Sayed? I've been trying to pronounce it correctly, but I keep mixing out the E and the ed sounds, and I'm not sure which it is by just looking at his name. Abdul al-Sayed? Gotcha. Cool. Also, Marie Jean Greco, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you. Hell yeah, let's go, folks. There's that big BWA energy. Yeah, Eddie666, there's a Majority Report Discord. I've never been, but I've heard good things. I'm doing my part. Hello, T-Life. All right. Are we ready to go? Left is best. Okay. Here's the clip. It's fucking legendary.
We're gonna take 2 more questions. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to move on to the next person. I'm sorry, Olivia. As a Jewish state. Olivia, we're going to have to
I'd love to
move
take the
on.
question. I'd love to take the question. Actually, what do you mean by Jewish state?
I feel like
if you can't define the question, I'm not going to answer your question.
We're gonna move on to the next person. Fox News.
Fucking Chad. Fucking Chad. Yeah, managed to like Giga Chad. He out-chatted Hassan. Also, like,
I'm sorry, we're gonna have to move on to the next person. I'm sorry, Olivia. As a Jewish state. Olivia, we're going to have to move on.
Oh, does Israel have a right to exist as a Jewish state? And he's just like, I don't know, what's the Jewish state? Okay, if you can't define it by... It's really great. All right. All right, folks, are you guys ready to jump into our next segment? Also, yeah, Hassan is winning the Civil War. Wait, who's the person asking the question? Olivia Reingold from the Free Press. She's one of those Barry Weiss ghouls. Cool. And yeah, Hassan is winning the Civil War. Thank goodness. Because I think the reason Third Way picked a fight with Hassan is so that they can, by proxy, demonize all folks on the left. All progressives, all socialists, all communists, you know, lump them all into one basket where they're too dangerous for serious Democratic candidates to actually have conversations with. Oh yeah, also Olivia Reingold has like a weird obsession with Hassan. Yeah, just to be here, the Free Press is Barry Weiss's outlet. Are we going to cover a certain Hassan defense article from a certain hated liberal? Are you talking about the New York Times, the New York Times Ezra Klein piece? I think we'll do that probably tomorrow. Just because I'm full up today. But that is dependent on us getting through more of these stories, and I would like to get through at least 2 more. So let's go. Jumping in. So, folks, we gotta talk about the Eric Swalwell situation, as well as the other members of Congress situations. Because if you all haven't really been paying attention to politics scandal world recently, you might have missed all 4 of these. But basically, Congress was on the verge of launching investigations into 4 different members of Congress, and also into whether or not to pursue motions to expel them, because what they've done is pretty bad, to say the least here. I think my chain is drippy. Thank you very much, Exia Ross. Hope you get some good sleep. So, yeah. To sum up what has happened, and I've been meaning to talk about all of these cases, but we'll knock them all out in one go. And I do want to say at the top, major content warning. Like, many of these allegations are deal with sexual assault, violence, etc. So just be warned that we're going to be talking about that for basically a lot of this segment. So if that is not your thing, or you don't want to hear about that, this might not be the segment for you. So anyway, moving on. Let's start with Eric Swalwell, okay? And I got to be honest, allegations came out about him, and this was his initial response.
A lot has been said about me today through anonymous allegations, and I thought it was important that you see and hear from me directly. These allegations of sexual assault are flat false. They are absolutely false. They did not happen. They have never happened, and I will fight them with everything that I have. They also come on the eve of an election where I have been the frontrunner candidate for governor in California. I do not suggest to you in any way that I'm perfect or that I'm a saint. I have certainly made mistakes in judgment in my past, but those mistakes are between me and my wife. And to her, I apologize deeply for putting her in this position. I also apologize to you if in any way you have doubted your support for me. But I think you know who I am. For over 20 years, I have served the public. As a city councilman, as a member of Congress, and as a prosecutor who went to court on behalf of victims, particularly on behalf of sexual assault victims. That's who I am and have always been. This weekend, I'm going to spend time with my family and friends, and I appreciate those who have reached out to me to show support, and I look forward to updating you very soon.
So, instant takeaway from that is, in my mind, that this does not make him look good. In fact, if you read between the lines here, he's admitting to inappropriate sexual relationships between himself and members of his staff, which is quite it's a lot, to say the least. Let's take a look at this specifically. Yeah. Swalwell faces accusations of sexual assault from a former staffer, first reported by the San Francisco Chronicle on Friday. Several other women also alleged sexual misconduct in interviews with the Washington Post, CNN, and other news outlets. And I don't think we really need to go into the details here. I have looked at those interviews, and I can tell you, they're pretty detailed and believable. And yeah, it's pretty awful. It's pretty awful. And earlier today, he put out a statement on Twitter saying, "I am deeply sorry to my family, staff, and constituents for mistakes and judgment I've made in my past. I will fight the serious false allegation made against me. However, I must take responsibility and ownership for the mistakes I did make. I'm aware of efforts to bring an immediate expulsion vote against me and other members. Expelling anyone from Congress without due process within days of an allegation being made is wrong, but it's also wrong for my constituents to have me distracted from my duties. Therefore, I plan to resign my seat in Congress. I will work with my staff in the coming days to ensure they are able, in my absence, to serve the needs of the good people of the 14th Congressional District." Also worth noting that, like, a huge chunk of his campaign staff quit. And they essentially signed a letter saying, like, those of us who can leave and quit are doing so, but basically anyone who is in an economic situation that is precarious, they are not going to be able to do so. And just know that we stand in solidarity with them and understand their predicament and hold no ill will to them, essentially. So, yeah, his campaign for the governor is done. He is withdrawing from Congress. And I gotta be honest. Yeah, like, basically every organization that endorsed him rescinded their endorsements, and it's really gross. It's just really awful, and yeah, it's just bad. And on top of that, you also have the case of Representative Tony Gonzalez. And again, I'm not going to go into a lot of the details on this particular one either, because it's also quite heinous. But effectively, Tony Gonzalez is alleged to have had a inappropriate relationship with his staffers, and, well, he sexually harassed one of them with demands for nudes, which resulted in, after a period of time, her setting herself on fire to death. And he did acknowledge having an affair with her. And he was going to stay in Congress for the full duration of his term, and he was going to continue to run for his re-election until, like, even his fellow Republicans were just like, nah, dude, you have to drop out. You have to drop out of your re-election race. Like, this is, you can't do this. So he dropped his re-election bid last month, and now today has apparently also resigned from Congress, saying, "There is a season for everything, and God has a plan for us all. When Congress returns tomorrow, I will file my retirement from office. It has been my privilege to serve the great people of Texas." And yeah, absolutely heartbreaking what is happening there. Now we get to two of the lower profile cases that I believe Congress is still exploring expulsion proceedings against, but these are a bit less clear cut. There is a feeling among some people who pay attention to kind of these scandals and like the proceedings around them, that by Swalwell and Gonzalez dropping out, that perhaps these expulsions aren't going to go forward. Because again, expulsion in Congress is very rare. It is incredibly rare to expel members of Congress after they've been elected. And, well, let's just talk about a couple of these here. This is from the Florida Phoenix. Cherphillis McCormick, guilty of stealing, laundering FEMA funds, House Ethics Probe finds. So, yeah, this Florida Democrat is facing potential expulsion because she stole millions of dollars in disaster aid payments through her campaign account somehow. Like, I don't even know how that happens. I genuinely, like, how do you launder it? How do you send millions of dollars to your campaign account? It's crazy. The bipartisan House Ethics Subcommittee declared Cherphillis McCormick guilty on 25 out of 27 ethics charges, hours after she withstood a lengthy hearing into her alleged double dealings. It was the committee's first public tribunal in nearly 16 years. Yeah. Findings didn't bode well for the three-time term representative. She faces federal criminal charges in Florida after the Justice Department in November indicted her for allegedly laundering up to $5 million in FEMA funds. Her family's healthcare company had worked with FEMA through a COVID-19 vaccination contract, but received a $5 million overpayment. Instead of returning the dollars, prosecutors alleged that Cherphillis McCormick funneled the money through a series of accounts before it settled it in her 2022 campaign account. Like, this story goes far more in depth, but like that's kind of the tip of the iceberg here, right? Like, just blatant corruption. And that isn't even taking into account our fourth story, which is this one related to U.S. Representative Corey Mills, who is a Republican representative from Florida, also from Florida. And here's the Ethics Committee finding. In accordance with House Rule 11, Clause 3, and Committee Rule 10A2, the committee voted to establish an investigative subcommittee. Pursuant to the committee's action at this time, the investigative subcommittee shall have jurisdiction to determine whether Corey Mills violated the Code of Official Conduct for any law, rule, regulation, or other applicable standard of conduct in the performance of his duties or the discharge of his responsibilities with respect to allegations that he may have, 1, failed to properly disclose required information on statements required to be filed with the House, 2, violated campaign finance laws and regulations in connection with his 2022 and 2024 election campaigns, 3, improperly solicited and or received gifts, including in connection with privately sponsored officially connected travel, 4, received special favors by virtue of his position, 5, engaged in misconduct with respect to allegations of sexual misconduct and or dating violence, and or 6, misused congressional resources or status. So what exactly is going on with Corey Mills? Yeah,
handcuffs, and we're the first to show you the body camera video. I'm Catherine Silver, your Seminole County community correspondent.
Wait, is this relevant? I don't think it's relevant. Thank God I noticed in time. I saved you all. All right. So yeah, 2 allegations of sexual misconduct have been made against Mills. The first one was in February 2025. Mills was investigated by Washington, D.C. police for misdemeanor assault. The woman, believed to be a girlfriend, Mills is married, accused Mills of attacking her in his home. Then in October, a North Florida judge issued a restraining order against Mills for protection against dating violence on behalf of another romantic partner who accused Mills of threatening to send nude photos out, which would be revenge porn, as well as threatening to hurt her future romantic partners. The woman said she was trying to end the relationship after learning about the February investigation and the other girlfriend. And then as for financial misconduct, let's see here. They don't have any... Yeah. Okay. Substantial reason to believe that Mills may have omitted or misrepresented information on his financial disclosures or entered into or held contracts with federal agencies while serving as a congressman, and that he and his political campaign committee may have taken an on excessive contributions that did not come from his personal funds. So, yeah. Basically, we've got a bunch of Congress people who have been using their power for evil. And, we'll have to see if the if the expulsion proceedings against Mills and McCormick proceed. They might not. Especially with Corey Mills, it's been known for a while now that, there are allegations of, domestic abuse and, the revenge porn thing I know has been known publicly for quite some time now. And, that hasn't been sufficient, despite the fact that it is a known thing out in the news. So it remains to be seen, I guess, if Congress will actually fulfill its obligations and expel these folks. But so Mills was sent money, aka bribes? Yeah, I mean, essentially, yes. That is the allegation. How did we get a wave of corrupt Congress people this year? Well, I mean, the Swalwell stuff is, pre-existing this year. And the Tony Gonzalez stuff also pre-exists this year. It's the open embezzlement and bribery that, is relatively new, and I imagine, the Trump administration is, emboldens some people to, take those financial risks, we'll say. We need to clean house. It's exactly why I've been talking about why accountability is so important. In America, for quite some time, there's been an understanding that if you have power in the form of political influence or money, you can just get away with practically murder and nothing will happen to you. And in a lot of cases, that's true. It's awful. And that needs to change for Americans to start believing in the effectiveness of government again. Government in America cannot be believed in until, essentially, we start holding people to account, both in it and also the powerful people who seek to influence it. We need to hold them accountable too. Being a politician, being a billionaire, or hell, being a millionaire should not be a get-out-of-jail-free card. Should not be a license to do whatever the fuck you want to the poor's card. Companies that drop all of their sewage and toxic waste into your town's water supply shouldn't be able to walk away scot-free with a slap on the wrist. The people in charge of those companies, it shouldn't just be you pay the government a fine and you're okay. No, the people in charge of those companies should go to fucking jail. And that needs to become the expected norm. And I think until it does, you're going to find a lot of people doubting the effectiveness of government. Because when you can effectively get away with doing any and all crimes by virtue of being rich, why would anyone believe in the efficacy of government. What you've established is a system that rewards the efficacy of business. From what I've heard, there's still lead in some U.S. drinking water. There's absolutely still lead in U.S. drinking water. At no point has lead been removed from U.S. drinking water to a meaningful enough degree. Please get your water tested if you are unsure about lead levels in your water. Please get a filter for your water if you live in an old house. God. Anyway, that's kind of the situation with Congress right now. You've got several members of the House, and it's fucking crazy. Just getting caught red-handed doing this shit. Small town Iowa here. Half our town pipes are still lead. Yes. Yeah. My lease states that there's probably lead in my water. Please, if you can, please get water filters, guys. Anyway, if you want to see justice done, you got to get organized, okay? Power does not bend to a simple request. It demands, it requires demands backed by power. And the only power we got as working people is by working together, by organizing together. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA, make your local Democrats more progressive, make your local DSA more effective. By working together, we can solve these problems. We can make this a functional country again for working people. And I gotta tell you, if you need help getting started, because I know it can be hard getting started, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. And you can do that either on our Discord, which you can get to with !Discord in any of our chats, or you can do it over on riverboat.gg, which is this website right here. Just type riverboat.gg and you head on over to this on-screen chat, where you can hang out with cool people and get access to all kinds of fun emotes. So do that. And also, if you got anything out of this, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't, and also leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm, so please consider doing so. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, beautiful lingerie that is non-tucking. You do not have to tuck when you wear it. It's incredible. And it fits. So go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Geoduck Geoscience? Nah, stream's still going. Just ending the segment. I end the segments every time so that my editor can clip it more effectively. This is my little crab. Little crab clip. All right, folks, we've been going for over 4 hours now. If you've been getting anything out of this, please click the like button, subscribe, click the buttons, and consider financially supporting the show, because you guys make this show possible. Could not do it without you fine folks. And here's a little song to let you know what to do. Yeah, Tony Evers has been doing work in Wisconsin.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button.
There we go, folks. Likes are super high tonight. Are they? Are they really? Yo, Chad, if we get 25 more likes, we're going to have over 400 likes. Let's go! Let's see. Also, folks, let's just pop that up. We are so close to 100 subs. So fucking close. YouTube chat is killing it tonight. YouTube chat has dominated the dono game tonight as well. It's been crazy. My clicks are higher than a sperm whale at 8,000 feet. Let's see. Okay. I clicked the butt. Hell yeah, Dustin the Damned. There's another chat. It's the one on screen. Over on riverboat.gg. It's an entire other chat. A super chat, if you will. But not the super chats that are on YouTube. It's a different super chat. All right. Oh, okay. I can't read tone. Okay, you guys ready? We're gonna talk about Iran. Hello, Firecrafted. All right. Here we go. So, folks, we gotta talk about Iran, and I think I have to be a bit more blunt than I have been. The United States is going to lose this war. It's, in a sense, already lost this war. And I saw something today that gave me just the sense of a nail being driven into a coffin. And I'm going to share it with you now. And I do warn you, it is like seeing a demon in the flesh for the first time. So, here you go, folks.
Hello, everyone. I'm Assistant Press Secretary Riley Podleski, and welcome to this week's DOW Situation Report. Thanks to the strength of our Commander-in-Chief, the United States announced a 2-week ceasefire with Iran. In other words, the new Iranian regime understood that a deal was far better than the fate that awaited them. Our warfighters made history with their overwhelming victory on the battlefield. As Secretary Hegseth and Chairman Kaine reiterated at a press briefing on Wednesday, the United States Armed Forces dismantled one of the world's largest militaries, using less than 10% of America's total combat power. We owned their skies, wiped out their navy, destroyed their missile program, and rendered their defense industrial base useless. President Trump has made history and has done what no other president had the courage to do before. Over Easter weekend, the United States military proved, once again, why we possess the greatest fighting force the world has ever known. On April 3rd, an F-15 Strike Eagle fighter jet was downed by enemy forces in Iran. Within 48 hours, our armed forces executed 2 incredible rescue missions that involved more than 170 military aircraft deployed into hostile airspace, facing gunfire at close range, taking extraordinary risk to rescue their fellow service members. When the second crew member activated his emergency transponder, his first message was simple but powerful. God is good. In that moment of isolation and danger, his faith and fighting spirit came through. Shot down on Good Friday, hidden in a cave all Saturday, and rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. As President Trump said, we will never leave an American warfighter behind. We will move heaven and earth to bring them home. For these 2 warriors and their rescuers, we thank God for allowing their safe return. This past Sunday, we observed Gold Star Spouses Day. We recognize the profound sacrifices made by the surviving spouses of our fallen heroes. Your unwavering strength and remarkable resilience continue to inspire us all. Today and always, we stand with you in solemn remembrance and deep gratitude.
That's why we have the butt rock playing in the background. It's part of our solemn remembrance and deep gratitude, the butt rock.
That's all we have for you this week. Thanks for watching. God bless you all, and God bless this great country we call home.
Genuinely disgusting. Like, genuinely, like, all of this feels dystopian as hell. And, like, I just... This isn't parody? No, this is an actual video put out by the U.S. Department of War. I don't mean to be rude, but she looks like she's 12 years old. Yes. 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 It's giving Uncanny Valley in hell. Yeah. I just... In case you want to, like, I saw some of you wondering whether or not she's AI. She's not AI, guys. She's a graduate from Liberty University. So, I mean, you might be better served by an AI, I guess, in this one extraordinary circumstance. Yeah, she's been taught wrong as a joke. Liberty University. Ugh, God. That's worse than what I was thinking? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that's how the Iran war is going. They're having to try and figure out how to tap the TikTok generation to make their war propaganda videos. And now, granted, folks, I know there have been some rumors going around that perhaps the United States isn't doing super well with the war in Iran. I mean, I did start this segment out by saying that the United States has already lost it. Let's check in with Donald Trump. What does he think about the war?
Totally defeated.
It's so quiet. It's so quiet, though. Here.
That country. And so let's see what happens. Maybe they make a deal, maybe they don't. From the standpoint of America, we win. One other thing that's happening is that boats are sailing up and heading out to our country. Big, beautiful tankers, and we're loading them up with oil and gas and everything else. And it's a pretty beautiful thing to see.
What about Iran's assets in other countries?
We're going to see what happens. We're in very deep negotiations with Iran. We win regardless. We've defeated them militarily.
They've dropped a couple of water mines. You call them water mines in the boat. We've defeated all of their water boats.
You call them water mines. You call them water mines. That's what you call them in the water.
Their Navy has gone 158 ships. You call them water mines in the boat. We've defeated all of their water boats, too. Their Navy is...
We defeated all of their water boats. You know, as opposed to the land boats that you drive around in.
It's gone 158 ships. They have 28 water droppers, mine droppers, they call them. All
his brain is so cooked, guys. Like, my God.
58 ships. They have 28 water droppers, mine droppers, they call them.
They have 28 water droppers. Like, what the fuck, guys? His brain is dying in real time.
All of them are sunk. They probably have a couple of mines in the water. We have mine sweepers out there. We're sweeping the strait. In addition to that, we're negotiating. Whether we make a deal or not makes no difference to me. And the reason is because we've won. Whether you listen to the fake news or not, you know, it's amazing.
Anime sidekick gal.
/hate chopper talk.
He's so bizarre. Thank you for the $10 super chat. But like, make a deal, don't make a deal, doesn't make a difference to me. Like, what are you talking about? I couldn't care less. We already won. We won, I tell you. We won. We defeated all their water droppers. Like, it's like this man is fucking insane.
Their credibility is down to 13%. The media credibility down to 13%. Think of it. We defeated their Navy. We defeated their Air Force. We defeated their anti-aircraft. We defeated their radar. We defeated their leaders. Their leaders are all dead. And now all we do is we'll open up the strait even though we don't use it because we have a lot of other countries.
We don't use it, but just wait until you see all that oil and gas they're loading up onto tankers and then they're going to send it to us. We don't need or use it, though.
In the world that do use it that are either afraid or
we destroyed all their capabilities, except for that capability that shot down our plane the other day. That capability we were a bit late on.
Or cheap. I don't know what it is, but we were not helped by NATO, that I can tell you.
Like, this guy's just living in a world divorced from reality, like, completely and utterly. And, of course, like, a handful of... This was from April 11th. Let's check back in with what happened less than 24 hours later. What now? Vance leaves talks without a deal. So they sent JD Vance to do the negotiating on this one. And along with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, the two dopes who torpedoed the last round of negotiation before this war was kicked off by Donald Trump for no reason. And, no deal was achieved. However, we have a statement from Donald Trump over on Truth Social. So, there you have it. The meeting went well. Most points were agreed to, but the only point that really mattered, nuclear, was not. Effective immediately, the United States Navy, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. At some point, we will reach an all being allowed to go in, all being allowed to go out basis. But Iran has not allowed that to happen by merely saying there may be a mine out there somewhere that nobody knows about but them. This is world extortion, and leaders of countries, especially the United States of America, will never be extorted. I have also instructed our Navy to seek and interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to Iran. Nobody who pays an illegal toll will have safe passage on the high seas. I'm sorry. But like the idea of like, if you paid that illegal toll and had money extorted from you, we're gonna stop you from being able to go through, because how dare anyone extort you that isn't us, the US government? Like, yeah, he's talking like a pirate. Oh my god. We will also begin destroying the mines the Iranians laid in the straits. They're gonna get rid of all the straight mines. Pretty soon, all that will be left are the gay mines. My god. Any Iranian who fires at us or at peaceful vessels will be blown to hell. Not sexual. Iran knows, but he didn't say that part. That I added that little flare in, okay? Iran knows better than anyone how to end this situation, which has already devastated their country. Their navy is gone, their air force is gone, their anti-aircraft and radar are useless, Khomeini and most of their leaders are dead, all because of their nuclear ambition. The blockade will begin shortly. Other countries will be involved with this blockade. Iran will not be allowed to profit off this illegal act of extortion. They want money, and more importantly, they want nuclear. Additionally, and at an appropriate moment, we are fully locked and loaded, and our military will finish off the little that is left of Iran. Not sexual. President Donald J. Trump. Like, no other country in the world is going to help us blockade the Strait of Hormuz. This is stupid. This is really stupid. I also want to point out it's really illegal under international law. Because under international law, you are only allowed to blockade the country you are targeting for a blockade. Meaning that if the United States were to do a legal blockade of Iran, they would have to let through ships that are not affiliated with Iran. That's how legal blockades operate under international law. Didn't China just say if the blockade stops their shipping, it will be considered a hostile act or something? I mean, yes! Like... It's all so stupid. It's all so stupid, guys. Iran promised to open the Strait of Hormuz, and they knowingly failed to do so. This caused anxiety, dislocation, and pain to many people and countries throughout the world. They say they put mines in the water even though all of their navy and most of their mine droppers have been completely blown up. They may have done so, but what shipowner would want to take the chance? There is great dishonor and permanent harm to the reputation of Iran and what's left of their leaders, but we are beyond all of that. As they promised, they better begin the process of getting this international waterway open and fast. Every law in the book is being violated by them, and I've been fully debriefed by Vice President J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner on the meeting that took place in Islamabad through the kind of very competent leadership that Field Marshal Asim Munir and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan. They're very extraordinary men and continuously thank me for saving 30 to 50 million lives in what would have been a horrendous war with India. I always appreciate hearing that. The amount of humanity spoken of is incomprehensible. Just so you know, what he's saying here is he loves how these guys constantly suck up to him. Because they know they have to suck up to him to get him to do anything, right? It's part of the reason that these negotiations keep failing is because, like, frankly, Iran keeps making fun of Trump, and it's very effective at getting him mad. The meeting with Iran began early in the morning and lasted throughout the night, close to 20 hours. I could go into great detail and talk about much that has been gotten, but There's only one thing that matters. Iran is unwilling to give up its nuclear ambitions. In many ways, the points that we agreed to are better than us continuing our military operations to conclusion. But all of those points don't matter compared with allowing nuclear power to be in the hands of such volatile, difficult, and unpredictable people, says the man who, just like, 72 hours ago, was threatening to wipe out their entire civilization from the face of the earth forever with nuclear weapons. But okay. My 3 representatives, as of this time went by, became not surprisingly very friendly and respectful of Iran's representatives. Mohammed Bagher Ghalibaf, Abbas Aragachi, and Ali Bagri. But that doesn't matter because they were very unyielding as to the single most important issue, and as I've always said, right from the beginning and many years ago, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. I said that. I remember saying that right after I ripped up the agreement that prevented them from getting a nuclear weapon. Okay, I remember that very clearly. So the question Jordan L. asks, how exactly are they going to keep Chinese flagships from crossing? Are they really willing to sink them? The answer, genuinely, is I have no fucking idea. The guy who is currently in charge of the US military is a fucking lunatic. I have no idea if he's going to give the order to take action that could result in war with China. I don't know. It's incredibly, incredibly dangerous for him to be allowed to stay in power. And yet he continues to be in power. Republicans continue to support him to prevent him from being kicked out. They continue to reject any war powers resolution that are introduced. It's really bad. We're in a really, really scary situation. I know we like to laugh at how insane Donald Trump is, but we laugh because it's fucking scary. It's fucking terrifying. CENTCOM says they're only going to stop ships going from or to Iran's ports. I also just don't believe them. I don't believe the communications coming out of the US military under Donald Trump right now. At least the public-facing ones. Now, what was the other major stumbling block for these negotiations? Because from the Trump side of things, it sounds like nuclear power was one of them. The other big one is specifically related to Lebanon, right? Because one of the big issues here has been that from the beginning, the folks who put together these peace talks have been saying, well, this ceasefire includes Lebanon. And apparently, according to this reporting from CBS News last week, Donald Trump also acknowledged that it included Lebanon. However, this ceasefire was not agreed to by Israel. Because this agreement was negotiated between the United States and Iran, Israel has just been continuing to do what they do without really acknowledging any of this whatsoever. And it's one of the reasons why within 10 minutes, Israel launched 100 airstrikes across Lebanon. And it's horrifying. It's horrifying. It's horrifying. And, you've got Iran putting out very specifically, Lebanon and the entire resistance axis are Iran's allies and form an inseparable part of the ceasefire. Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif of Pakistan publicly and clearly stressed the Lebanon issue. There's no room for denial and backtracking. Ceasefire violations carry explicit costs, and strong responses extinguish the fire immediately. Well, the fire has not been extinguished. And this is a big problem going forward. Because Israel instead has accelerated their ethnic cleansing campaign. And the articles coming out and evidence coming out is just staggeringly sickening, to say the least. Everything is gone. Israel destroys entire villages in Lebanon. There are actually Israeli soldiers, much like what they did in Gaza, posting videos on social media of entire villages being destroyed by their explosive charges, you know? Here is an example of some of these destructions. Just like controlled demolitions of entire villages. Like, the Guardian put together a map of all of the demolitions that are occurring throughout southern Lebanon. It's not insignificant. There's quite a lot of destruction going on here. And it's just... I mean, it's just so awful. Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to destroy anything that people might come back to. Effectively, they expel the undesirables that they do not want, and then they destroy the village so that there's no reason for people to go back. And this way, they keep advancing forward a line of ethnic cleansing and genocidal intent throughout southern Lebanon. And the Israeli military keeps posting these videos. Look at that. Just gonna, like... yes, they are proud of this shit. It's not like, this is why when we talk about the situation in Israel, I want to always make it clear that Netanyahu is just one of many problems in Israel. Because even if you got rid of Netanyahu today, tomorrow, like, there are 1,000 guys just like him, high ranking in Israel's government, who all agree this is awesome. Who all, like, love this genocidal violence. And I do not know how to de-radicalize an entire country where, like, 80% of the people think that it is perfectly fine and just to, like, genocide an entire swath of Lebanon. But here we are. Here we are. Gotta have some Lebensraum for the Greater Israel Project. So, all that's going on. Let's hear from J.D. Vance on the negotiations.
We've had a...
God, also quiet. A bunch of these clips are very quiet.
Number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement. And I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are.
Can I just say it's deeply fucked up that, like, Jared Kushner continues to be part of any of this? Like, behind J.D. Vance here is Steve Witkoff, and then off camera is Jared Kushner standing like a fucking Slender Man. Creepy ass dude. No reason for him to be here.
What things we're willing to accommodate them on and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could. And they have chosen not to accept our terms.
Damn, but I thought Donald Trump said they were begging for a ceasefire. Now, what was the Iranian response? Well, Quote, the Americans intended to achieve concessions in the negotiation room that they could not obtain during the war, including issues related to the Strait of Hormuz and the removal of nuclear materials from the country, but the Iranian delegation prevented this. The Iranian team made various initiatives to steer the American side towards reaching a common framework, but the Americans' greed hindered their rationality and realism. And, yeah. Isn't NATO meant to stop things like Israel? No, NATO is intended to stop aggression. NATO is basically a gigantic defense pact. So basically, the purpose of NATO is for all countries to come to the defense of a member state if attacked. That is the primary point of NATO. And that type of defensive alliance was meant to stop the USSR. There is no USSR anymore, obviously, but NATO continues to exist. The only time NATO has actually been invoked in order to, respond to an attack was after 9/11. So it has not been used very often. It's largely seen, I think, by a lot of countries as a deterrent force because, like, well, no one might want to attack the United States directly to do an act of war. That also means, by extension, that no one wants to attack, like, Finland. To, so in a sense, it's seen as kind of a stabilizing geopolitical force, but it's not in it. If Lebanon was a member of NATO, then yes, NATO would be something that would prevent what is happening to Lebanon right now. But Lebanon is not in NATO. Why can't the UN do something about it? Because the United States is on the UN Security Council, and as such, having a diplomatic, protective relationship with Israel means that the United States can unilaterally veto any resolution that would actually do anything about Israel's expansionism. So what essentially the entire purpose of the UN is kind of undermined by US imperial power. And, the UN, by the way, does try to do something about Israel. It's just that, like, they're the most, like, internationally condemned country on Earth because of all of, like, the illegal settlements, because of the unending aggression over the last several decades. It's not great. And anyway, in case you were thinking Donald Trump is going to solve this problem by being a big tough man, earlier yesterday, Trump says gas prices may remain high through November midterm election. Super cool. Super cool stuff. It could be the same or the same. It could be or the same or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same. Like, it's so stupid, guys. Everything's stupid. Later on Sunday, Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bakr Ghalibaf, who led Iran's delegation in the talks, posted on social media that a blockade would lead to higher U.S. gas prices. Enjoy the current pump figures, he wrote on X, alongside a map showing gas prices in Washington. With the so-called blockade, soon you'll be nostalgic for $4 to $5 in gas. I mean, this is the entire thrust of their strategy, The entire thrust of their strategy is just economic pain in the United States will produce results from the U.S. government. Now, I will say that I would wager that Donald Trump's mental state is right about here. This is a scene from the movie Downfall. And I say that because, well, we get this reaction here.
Have you already got someone? Listening to your threats about reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
How do you know that? Why do you say that?
Are they reopening?
Why do you say that? You don't know anything. Who are you with?
NBC News, Philly Circuit.
ABC?
NBC.
Well, let's make news.
Mr. President.
Let me just tell you, we win, no matter what. We've defeated their military. They have no navy. 158 ships are underwater, undersea. All of their minesweepers and all of their, they call them mine droppers. Can you imagine? A country has 28 mine droppers. You think that's nice? With all of that being said, they're all defeated, by the way. They're all at the bottom of the sea. Now, with all of that, they have no navy. They have no radar. They have no air force. Their leaders are all dead. Khomeini is gone. For many years, he ruled. He's gone. With all of that, let's see what happens. But from my standpoint, I don't care.
Where did you hear that? I don't care. I'm yelling at you to prove how much I don't care about this. Like, dude is frazzled beyond his frazzle zone. Anyway, apropos of nothing, the U.S. Department of Defense has lost 8 MQ-9 Reaper drones in the Middle East since April 1st, bringing the total number of such devices lost in the Iran war up to 24, according to CBS. Each one of those drones costs, conservatively, $30 million. We've lost 24 of them, meaning we're getting close to, like, losing $1 billion worth of drones due to this war. So glad we did that instead of free, like, community college for all. So cool that we funnel all this money into the US, war machine, and these dipshits just burn that money for no fucking reason. I mean, also, wait. Jesus, yeah, Iran are completely disabled. Well, the alternative is that the United States military is woefully incompetent and just has been downing our own drones. just flying them straight into the ground. God. Everything about this is so stupid. And, you know what? Let's just take a look. This is from 2 days ago, after the negotiations failed.
Hey, that statement got them to the bargaining table, and they haven't left. They haven't left the bargaining table. I predict they come back and they give us everything we want. And I told my people, I want everything. I don't want 90%. I don't want 95%. I told them, I want everything.
Well, and what they
have no cards, Maria.
Yep.
They have no cards. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Totally gone. They have nothing. They have no ships. Hey, that statement.
Like, he just keeps repeating, like, we've totally destroyed all of their capabilities. Except for their capability to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. We've destroyed everything they have. Except for the, again, the main thing that you're now having to blockade them for.
But, Mr. President, you wrote on Truth Social this morning saying that we will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. And at some point, we will reach an all being allowed to go in and all being allowed to go out basis. Right. So tell us what you're trying to accomplish with this blockade,
all in,
sir.
All out. Yep. It's called all in and all out. There'll be a time when we'll have them all come in and all come out.
That's not what it's called. It's just called having an open Strait of Hormuz. The state of things prior to you starting this war for no reason.
But it won't be a percentage. It won't be a friend of yours, like a country that's your ally or a country that's your...
Yeah, also worth noting out, exactly, a mobilizer. I want everything is not negotiation. That's not how a negotiation works. What you are describing is a unilateral surrender. You just want a full unconditional surrender, and then you get to do whatever you want to the country, which is not ever going to be something that is in the cards if you're going to a negotiation.
Friend, it's all or nothing, and that'll be that won't be in too long a distance. No, we're just bringing the ships up. We got a lot of ships, so we're bringing them up. We think that numerous countries are going to be helping us with this also, but we're putting.
No other country is going to help us with this.
On a complete blockade. We're not going to let Iran make money on selling oil to people that they like and not people that they don't like or whatever it is. It's going to be all or none, and that's the way it is. And it'll be...
Yeah, you can't just sell things to only the people you like. You have to sell it to everybody. That's the law.
You saw what we did with Venezuela. It'll be something very similar to that, but at a higher level.
But, Mr. President, you...
I mean, good fucking luck, I guess. Also, just like... Fox Business asked Donald Trump about rising prices. I'm going to read you his response. This was also on Fox News. This was on Fox News today. I just have the greatest economy ever. Everything's going along, and I say, I'm sorry. I tell my economic advisors, and I say, I'm sorry, fellas. We were in great shape. Oh, we are in great shape. We have to go and take a little journey down to Iran. And it's just like, this is, I'm sorry, this is a fucking nuts page to look at. Like, being asked about the fact that prices in America are going to rise in a big way pretty shortly here. He's just talking about, look, the prices are going up because that's how much we're winning. Whenever you see it go up by $1, that means we've won more oil. All right? Like, this is nuts. Absolutely nuts. And like, I don't know, something tells me Iran isn't on their last legs, just judging by some of their you know, foreign embassies still being active on social media. Iran and Ghana. Read slowly. We don't need the strait. Go open it yourselves. Fine, we'll open it. Actually, we're blockading it. Okay, not blockading everyone. 5 positions, 6 weeks. 2 of them today, and our armed forces just sat there sipping tea, watching America negotiate with America over a strait Iran already blockades. Empires used to fall in centuries. This one can't hold a policy for an afternoon. Which, it's true. It's true. I don't know when we got a little dinosaur hopping with a party hat emote in riverboat.gg, but that is delightful. I love it. Thank you to whichever mod added the Dino Hoppies emote. The Pope prayed for peace. Trump tonight called him weak and said, I don't want a Pope who criticizes me. Let the record show who this man is. He went to Epstein's Island consistently for years. He paid hush money to a porn star while his wife was pregnant and got convicted for it. 34 felonies. His missile hit a school full of innocent children in Minab, 168 dead. 6 months ago, he said with his own mouth, I'm not heaven bound, the only honest sentence he's ever said. The Pope lit a candle for your dark soul, but there are 168 little girls at Heaven's Gate who got there before you, because of you. They'll be the jury, and they remember your name. The hell awaits you, Don. Like, let's review. Trump threatened to destroy a whole civilization. Then he begged for a ceasefire. Then he flew his VP across the world to negotiate for 21 hours. Vance left with nothing. So now Trump wants to blockade the strait he can't even sail through, the same strait Iran closed weeks ago and dared anyone to reopen. Your best generals failed, your best diplomats failed, and your big move is doing Iran's job for them? Our Revolutionary Guard should send you a thank you note. You're the cheapest contractor they had never hired. No one can write a comedy this good. Breaking. In a brave move, the U.S. just announced it's blocking a strait it's been blocked from. Like, the sass levels are off the charts. Like the online SAS game has been dominated by Iran with their Lego AI slop and their frankly they're just sassy replies to horrible and horrific foreign policy decisions. And like, I don't know. This whole situation is deeply fucked up. I don't know where the off-ramp is to this anymore, but I will say a couple of things, which is that as of right now, apparently at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, Israel and Lebanon are going to have negotiations for a potential ceasefire and cessation of hostilities. And my guess is, just reading between the lines here, considering Marco Rubio is also going to be attending those talks, that Israel is being compelled by the United States to at least go to these talks. I'm sure whoever is sent by Israel is going to do their damnedest to torpedo these talks, but kind of the impression that I'm getting here is that Iran has been going to bat for an ending of combat against Lebanon, and the Trump administration, desperate to make some kind of a deal, is compelling Israel to send a delegation and try to negotiate for a cessation of hostilities because Donald Trump badly wants a way out of this. That it makes, at least makes him look kinda like he's a competent leader. So my guess is until the ceasefire is obtained between Israel and Lebanon, Iran is also going to have its door closed to any additional negotiations. However, there are also some plans in the works right now to attempt to get some kind of new negotiation round going between the United States and Iran, being pushed for and proposed by Pakistan again. So we'll have to see how this all shakes out. But that's kind of where we're at the moment. Some tentative talks for a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, possible new round of talks if that ceasefire gets put in place between the United States and Iran, and maybe an actual sustained ceasefire between all parties involved will be conducive to producing an off-ramp from this for the Trump administration. So that's kind of where we're at. Bin Thrung, thank you for being a member. Very much appreciated. But I do want to also point out here, I think we are on the verge of having the American geopolitical bubble popped a little bit. Because I think a lot of Americans have this idea that America is somehow immune to like resource shortages around the world, or economic boycotts, or, you know, say the closure of the Strait of Hormuz by Iran isn't going to affect us that much, etc., 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 right? And I just want you guys to watch this clip. This is Fareed Zakaria and Karen Young.
The crisis in Asia is very acute. I mean, in Sri Lanka, they've shortened the school week. In Thailand, they're telling government employees don't take elevators. People are being told don't use air conditioning. Is it going to get worse in Europe? I mean, the U.S. is probably fine, but in places like Europe?
Well, we're not fine. I mean, these prices are global, and so we are going to see inflationary pressure both on transit fuels and...
Just, I want you to pay close attention to his face here.
But in places like Europe?
Well, we're not fine. I mean, these prices are global. And
just like, oh, we're not fine. I see.
So we are going to see inflationary pressure both on transit fuels and on food in the U.S. But yes, Asia has felt the pinch first. Any economy that is heavily dependent on energy exports, Philippines, Malaysia, you name it, down the list as you mentioned, those economies are hit the most, especially those also that use LPG as a cooking fuel. So it's not just in crude or in diesel and jet fuel. What we'll see in the coming week or two to Europe is really this jet fuel crunch. And refined products. So this is spreading, and it creates inflationary pressures that the whole global economy has to deal with. It also encourages countries to think about basically hoarding or not, sharing supply. And those countries that have the benefit of stockpiles, South Korea, Japan, even India, are going to be better off because they can shield their populations from some of that initial shock. Poorer economies can't do that.
And we're going to feel effects from this. We are not isolated from the global supply chain. Now, of course, with any discussion about what is happening here with the Iran war, we do have to, at the end of the day, turn to the leader of the Democrats in the Senate, one Chuck Schumer.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Let's check in with his rousing attacks against the Trump administration. Update on Trump's Operation Epic Fail. Strait of Hormuz, complete chaos. Iranian regime, still standing. Gas prices, highest in years. Iran's nuclear ambitions, exactly the same. America's international credibility, worse. We must end this war immediately before Donald Trump makes things even worse. Wow. Things have gotten so bad that even Chuck Schumer's like, maybe we shouldn't bomb Iran some more. You know? Like, I don't know. Like, Chuck Schumer loved the idea of bombing the shit out of Iran. He loved it. Like, he was one of the slowest people to condemn what was happening here. But even Chuck Schumer has now hit the point of like, well, I guess we should end it. We don't want to overstay our welcome. Too much of a good thing ruins the whole pie. Chuck is such a motherfucker. He really, really is.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
The mothers are aroused. They're more aroused than I've seen in a long, long time. Indeed. And that's where things stand. There's still no clear resolution here. The only real outcome from all of this is quite clearly that the United States is losing this. Donald Trump is desperate for a way out. There is no functional way for the United States to defeat a country of, almost 100 million people with a colossal standing army that is willing to fight tooth and nail any kind of boots on the ground in their country. And we do not have the capability, barring some kind of extraordinarily prolonged and expensive campaign, to fully take out their ability to lock down the Strait of Hormuz. And they know that now. The reason the United States loses this conflict is not because this is like poor military planning or, because of any real material or logistical reason. The reason we lose this is because we picked a fight we couldn't win. This was not a winnable conflict. This would be like challenging the moon to like a punching contest. It's just not you're not going to win that contest. It's meaningless. It's stupid. It's a waste of your time and energy. And isn't Iran the biggest military in the region? Yes, absolutely. yeah, their standing military is 570,000. But then they also have claimed that they have the capacity to call up multiple millions more if necessary. You can't fist fight the moon, too many ghosts? Exactly. So, like, this is just not a conflict anyone sane would have ever picked. Even George W. Bush. Even George Bush Jr. knew not to pick this fight, and he was largely considered, and still is largely considered, one of the dumbest presidents we have ever had. And even he knew that bombing Iran and getting into a war with Iran was a terrible idea. And that's the guy that fucking did Iraq and Afghanistan. Terrible idea. But then Donald Trump said, nah, I got this. It'll be easy. We'll be in and out. It'll be like a week. I don't know. When you know, your current history's biggest morons thought maybe we shouldn't. You know, maybe you should have thought about that impulse for a second or two before you pulled the trigger on going to war. God damn it. Anyway, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words, really helping the algorithm. I don't know, do the things. You know, the things. Wait, George Bush Jr. did Iraq and Afghanistan? Yes? And also, I just want to say, get organized. Get organized, get organized, get organized, get organized. Join your local Dems, make them more progressive. Join your local DSA, make them more effective, okay? We need to make the working class the core of our organizing apparatus for DSA. We need to make the working class the core of our policy focus for your local Democrats. We need to do this shit. And we can only do it if you show up and organize. So if you need help getting started, guess what? We got people here to help you. You can reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. You can reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA. And you can do that over in the Discord, !Discord in any of the chats to get a link to join that. And also, you can do it by joining riverboat.gg, which you just type riverboat.gg in your URL address bar. And you can chat with them over there. Look, Dragonfly's right there, right now. She said boo. That's how you know. That's how you know. Not the boo, but the Dragonfly name. Go talk with her about joining your local Dems. That is how you fix this. You engage in the political process, and you do not stop until you win. If you are upset and fucking furious about this war in Iran, the way you stop it is by getting organized and building up that institutional power that is necessary to create change. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. People love it. It is non-tucking, sexy, attractive, elegant lingerie that fits. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. And let's keep on going. Because being gender euphoric is revolutionary. True. True, true, true. All right, folks. Guys, we've been going for over 5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and consider supporting the stream with those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because you guys make this show possible. Could not do it without your financial support, folks. Here you go. Do y'all do your own photography on Imogen Olivia? We do indeed.
Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button.
Max Danger! Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships! Let's go, YouTube chat! Just absolutely devastating the competition out here. Well done, YouTube chat. Hell yeah! But yeah, Rain, the Imogen Olivia is like mainly my partner, and I help sometimes by like modeling the lingerie. So I'm glad you really like the pictures. I've been working out, so hopefully I'll look even better for the second round when we get more colors, when we get our new colors and style in. So I'm doing my best, okay? Doing my best. Do you think Republicans are in for the generational blowout this coming midterm, or just a couple years setback? I think the generational blowout is coming this midterm, and it's possible it is going to continue to grow into the 2028 election. What is this?
Well, Lewis and Sharon said it. Diversity and opportunity and freedom and freedom.
Oh, I do. Yeah, this clip is great. Jeff Daniels, fucking legend in this scene. I cannot play this, unfortunately. It will get not clipped. It will get like clocked by the system, but it is a very, very good clip. From the newsroom. Also, where's Sake? I'm a little worried about them and missing their bad puns. I don't know. He's a busy guy. He's got shit to do. I don't know. Probably be back sometime. Hopefully, maybe. Jack simping for Sorkin? No. I find Sorkin grating generally, but I'll admit that there are moments where Sorkin's writing is really satisfying, you know? Yeah, I mean, like, I do think that, like, as we go forward into, you know, I think what is going to happen is that as far as the Republican Party is concerned, all hell is going to break loose after the midterms. After the midterms and people start throwing their hat into the ring to replace Donald Trump, I think you're going to start seeing, like, the true fracturing within the conservative ecosystem. That's what's missing. We miss you, Sake. It's true. It's true. None of you have provided the zingers necessary for the Why do they throw hats into the ring? For president. For president. Could be a good time to get involved in the Dem primaries. Too true, Dragonfly. But why hats? I don't know. The 1800s was a weird time. Little known fact, the president is decided by hat-based combat. God. I love you guys. All right, I think I am going to go to bed. I'm sleepy. I will be back tomorrow. You all get good sleep, get good rest. And hopefully we'll find out whatever the hell that Melania press conference was about. Maybe we'll find that out tomorrow. Who knows? My guess is we're going to find it out either tomorrow or, like, Friday. So that it can, like, sit in the news cycle for, like, longer. Good night, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow. Bye. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.
I live here on a Powderhorn Street, where ICE agents walk the beat, with a signing bonus $50,000. When we saw those vicious goons steal our neighbors from their rooms, we went out into the streets and yelled and hollered. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray. May you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Very good. Won't you tell her how you stood in the way of Renee Good? How she tried to leave, but you were too afraid of her. How she did just what you said, so you shot her in the head for the crime of standing up for her own neighbors. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray. May you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. I bet you felt so big and strong when Nurse Freddie came along, and he tried to shield the woman you were beating. 6 agents held him down, and you shot him on the ground, and stood around to watch him as he lay there bleeding. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, how the city you betray. May you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come Come let us hear you tell how you serve the country well, gassing children in their schools and cars and houses, and how the nation's great distress can be solved by DHS if you repress the rage your cruelty arouses. Come out, ye cowards, ice, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come out, ye cowards, ice, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. From the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Thank you so much. My name is Ben Grosscup. Good to be with you today. Thanks for coming out.